Chapter 696. How could the Temple of Eight Visions really exist? Yi Fan's heart was filled with shock and he was stunned. Is the owner of the mysterious capital cave lousy? He couldn't hold it in any longer and asked impatiently. The child did not answer and his expression was unfriendly. Though his lips were red and his teeth were white, he looked no older than 7 or 8 years old. However, he had an air of arrogance about him. Why are you insulting the immortal realm? Though Yi Fan knew that Laozi was a powerful cultivator, he did not expect a place like the Temple of Eight Visions to exist. It was far too shocking. Laozi was a person from 2,500 years ago. Just like him, he came from the other side of the galaxy. Based on what he knew, Laozi was an ancient person with great wisdom. In the past, he never thought that Laozi was a cultivator. Later on, when he arrived at the other side of the galaxy and entered the Beidou galaxy, he experienced many things and overturned his previous knowledge. However, he did not think too much about it. Today, he heard that the mysterious capital cave existed on this ancient planet. His heart was shaken. Laozi's Temple of Eight Visions and Shakyamuni's Temple of Tempest were all the same. They were all places that challenged his thinking and shocked him. Why did you barge into my mountain and destroy my spiritual land? The child was relentless and questioned Yi Fan. Yi Fan bowed and apologized. I did not mean to offend you. I accidentally fell here. He was very polite to the child and wanted to enter to see Laozi. This ancient China sage had left behind countless mysteries. He had appeared in the Beidou galaxy and had left his footprints in this world. At this moment, he suddenly fell in front of the Elder Supreme Elder's cave abode. One could imagine how excited Yi Fan was. He wanted to see him immediately. The child looked like he had seen a ghost and had an expression of disbelief. Who do you want to see? I want to see the elder, Yi Fan answered seriously. Where did you come from? Did you fall from the sky? Or have you not been seen for thousands of years? The child's expression was strange. Yi Fan knew that there must be some misunderstanding. Or else the child would not be acting like this. The child looked down on him. You look like you have never seen the world. How dare you ask me that? Did you just come out of a cave? What do you mean? Yi Fan asked calmly. If you want to find me, it's impossible. The current master of Eight Visions Palace is my master. Tienda. What are you talking about? Yi Fan was stunned. Many unimaginable things had happened today. First, he had personally come to the legendary Ziwei ancient star region. Then, he heard about Laozi's Xuandu cave. Now, he heard that there was another owner here. You barbarian, you destroyed my family's immortal gate, yet you're still asking questions here and there. You really have no manners. The child didn't have any good words to say. Yi Fan had been drifting alone in the dark universe for 7 years. He had passed through the Great Een Mist and other ancient regions. The clothes on his body had long since become tattered, but he had never changed them. However, he did not want to be looked down upon because of this and be called a wild mountain man. Where did I go? Who is Tienda? How did he become the master of this place? He had too many questions in his heart. Audacious. Your origins are unknown and yet you dare to question me? You damaged my sect and startled my spiritual land. What punishment do you deserve? The child's expression turned heavy. Yi Fan was repulsed. He didn't expect that a little child would dare to put on airs with him. His expression instantly turned cold. You are just a barbarian. You damaged my sect and you still dare to put on airs here? The child coldly laughed. There was some arrogance in his voice. Why don't you take a look at where you are? How can a person like you come to this place? Although he looked very small, he didn't look simple at all. He was extremely domineering. Suddenly, he stretched out a hand and grabbed forward. What was originally a gentle and fair little hand suddenly flickered with green light. A few fine scales appeared on it, and it grew to over 12 zhang long. It was incomparably huge, and as it pressed down, its nails were sharp and cold. I initially thought that you are a little child. So it turns out that you are a demonic man who has lived for many years. No wonder you are so tyrannical. Yi Fan coldly snorted. He stood at his original location and didn't even move half a step. Right now, his cultivation base has already reached the 2nd level of Immortal Foundation. He didn't even fear peak stage Saint Lords. How could he be bullied by a little child? He lifted his hand and struck out. Bang! Yi Fan's palms that seemed to be forged from divine metal instantly shattered the scaled hand. This was already the result of him showing mercy. If not, the little child would definitely be turned into meat paste. You! The little child screamed in misery as he retreated. The green-colored hand shrunk back to its original size. It was twisted beyond recognition as the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The saint energy within the hand was still circulating chaotically. Although this place is the 8 Visions Palace of the Mystic Capital Cavern, a little child like you cannot be so brazen. I believe if your father was here, I wouldn't allow my sect to do such a thing either. Yi Fan coldly spoke. You, how audacious, daring to behave atrociously in my 8 Visions Palace. Today, even if you have 9 lives, it won't be enough to kill you. The little child roared, pointing his finger at Yi Fan. After that, he turned around and sped away. Yi Fan ignored him. After all, this was the 8 Visions Palace. Although this little child was unreasonable, it wasn't appropriate for him to kill him. Who's causing a ruckus? A voice rang out from the depths of this immortal ground. This was a cold voice that didn't sound very old. Yet, there was a sense of imposingness to it. There were many beautiful mountain peaks in this spiritual land. Spiritual birds danced in the air, the cliffs were filled with strange rocks, the waterfalls were like chains, and on the cliffs, there were many spiritual mushrooms. This place wasn't very vast and there weren't many people cultivating here. However, this place was extraordinary and could be considered as a divine land. There's a country bumpkin who ate the guts of a leopard and came here to cause trouble. He destroyed my mountain gate and continuously investigated the situation of the 8 Visions Palace. The little child shouted. His fractured right hand was spasming and his head was covered in cold sweat. In the distance, a young man walked over. His temperament was calm, and he wore a 5-colored dragon robe. On his head was a purple gold crown, and his hands were behind his back. He walked in the air with an imposing manner without being angry. This was a young man who didn't seem too old. He seemed to be in his 20s. His long eyebrows reached his temples, his black hair was glossy, and his eyes were cold. He couldn't be considered handsome, but there was a certain aura about him. He walked like a dragon and tiger, like a heavenly king descending to the mortal world. My big brother has only been in isolation for a year, yet there are already people who can't wait and have designs on the 8 Visions Palace? He was incomparably cold as he walked towards the mountain gate. Yi Fan stood outside the mountain gate on top of a bluestone. His powerful divine sense swept over and felt that there were only 2 or 3 people in this immortal ground. Was this the 8 Visions Palace of the Mystic Capital Cavern? It was completely different from what he had imagined. There weren't many cultivators, only 2 or 3 people. Yi Fan saw this young man. He was wearing a dragon robe and had an imposing appearance. He was like a heavenly king who had descended to the mortal world. He felt that he was extraordinary, and upon closer inspection, he was even more surprised because he was extremely powerful. This person seemed to have a blood aura rising from the top of his head. If it wasn't for the divine eyes of origin, it would have been difficult to see it. The essence energy around his body was like a dragon, surging and surging. He was like a divine furnace that contained terrifying divine power. Yi Fan was quite surprised. He had just arrived at the Z-Way segmentum, and he already saw such a powerful young man. He was definitely on par with the Divine Lord. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in my 8 Visions Palace? The young man asked coldly. I didn't mean to offend you. I just fell from the sky and damaged the mountain gate. Yi Fan explained. Say no more. You destroyed my mountain gate and injured my child. That's already a great crime. I punish you to be my slave. You will guard the mountain gate for me for 3 years, and I will let you go when the time is up. Are you satisfied? The young man had his hands behind his back. He spoke slowly, but his words were powerful. It was like a golden bell ringing. He didn't give anyone any room to speak. He was like a superior and was very dignified. He directly sentenced Yi Fan to serve as a slave. Who do you think you are? You want me to be your slave and guard the mountain gate for you? Yi Fan's face darkened, but he was also very shocked. This young man was extremely powerful. The blood aura in his body was like a pillar, as if there were tens of thousands of dragons swimming around. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Do you want me to kill you with my own hands? The young man's eyes were cold. He stood on the cliff and looked down at Yi Fan. I just want to know, is the master of the 8 Visions Palace me? Yi Fan asked. Humph. This place belongs to my master. The child's eyes were cold and filled with hatred. Who are you guys? Yi Fan asked. My older brother Tienda is the master of the 8 Visions Palace. I am also cultivating in the mysterious capital cave. My name is Tianji. I'll let you know so that you won't die a wrongful death. The young man said indifferently. You are just a country bumpkin. Why aren't you coming over to greet my master's younger brother? You thing that doesn't know life from death. The child shouted. Pa! Yi Fan took action. His golden palm and fingers were like a large golden millstone. They flickered with dazzling divine golden light as they immediately lashed out. That child screamed miserably. His mouth full of teeth flew out and blood flowed. He couldn't evade it all and flew out several dozen zhang. He smashed into a cliff and a human-shaped pit appeared. Are you courting death? You dare take action in my 8 Visions Palace. Tianji's face immediately became overcast. He was incomparably powerful as he looked down on Yi Fan. He pressed forward step by step. Half of the child's face was shattered. He struggled free from the cliff with great difficulty and roared sinisterly. Who doesn't know that my master will be unrivaled in the future? You actually dare to come here and court death. At present, Yi Fan could be compared to the emperor. Once his divine physique reached this level, it could be said to be extremely terrifying. He could go anywhere in the world and naturally wouldn't have any restraints. Pa! He turned his hand and gave the child another slap. The large golden hand stretched out several dozen zhang and slapped the child flying again. The other side of his face was also shattered. He could no longer speak and his eyes were filled with fear. This child was seriously injured and turned into a green flood dragon. He entrenched himself on a cliff and didn't dare to utter another word. You still have to look at the master before beating a dog. You dare to act so impudently in front of my 8 Visions Palace. Don't think about being kind today. If you want to live, then be a slave for the rest of your life, Tianji said coldly. Is that so? I want to see how you are going to make me stay. Yi Fan was extremely calm. He took a step into the sky and faced him. Tianji was suddenly startled. He then revealed a shocked expression and said, The aura of the source energy of all living things. You have mysterious yellow essence on you. Yi Fan's heart trembled. This person's spiritual sense was too powerful. He could even sense the cauldron hidden between his brows. Good. My big brother wants to refine a heaven and earth mysterious yellow exquisite pagoda, and is currently searching for the source energy of all living things. Who would have thought that you would deliver this item? Tianji spoke as if it was a matter of course. He was certain that Yi Fan was making a wedding dress for himself and was delivering a treasure to his doorstep. He reached out a large hand and grabbed forward, covering the heaven and earth in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan was astonished. He didn't know how powerful this person's physical body was. It was as if it had been baptized by a supreme divine object. It actually collapsed the sky with a slight tremble. However, he didn't feel any fear. As a divine physique, he naturally didn't fear close-range attacks. He immediately met the attack head-on. Pang! The two's large hands collided, emitting a muffled sound. Tianji's physical body was like a piece of eternally imperishable divine gold. It was sturdy and indestructible. This powerful? Yi Fan's heart jumped. This was one of the most powerful physical bodies he had ever seen since he started cultivating. I've washed my body with the immortal divine phoenix's blood. Apart from my big brother, this is the first time I've met someone who can contend with my physical body. Yet, I didn't smash you to pieces. Tianji was also extremely shocked. Then he sneered and said, Phoenix blood boil. He shouted loudly. Scarlet light rushed into the sky from all over his body. He was enveloped by a layer of immortal divine phoenix's blood. His physical body was incomparably sturdy, as if it could never be destroyed. Yi Fan sneered and didn't hold back anymore. His golden blood boiled and his chi pierced through the sky. A golden rainbow rushed out from the top of his head and pierced through the sky. The peerless physical bodies collided. A streak of blood rushed up. One of Tianji's arms was torn off by Yi Fan. He screamed miserably, You he quickly retreated and stabilized his body. He stopped the blood from flowing out of his right arm and regenerated it. He shouted, "Today I will kill you." Chapter 697. Tianji's severed arm stopped bleeding. His gaze was cold, and his 5-colored dragon robe fluttered. His hair was tied up in a purple crown, and his expression was quite fierce. Ever since he was born, other than his eldest brother, no one had been able to suppress him with one move. He resisted with his flesh shell and tore off one of his arms. This made his blood rush to his brain. He pointed with a finger, and his entire arm turned scarlet red, transforming into a phoenix wing. Auspicious splendor surged, and scarlet multicolored light dazzled the eyes. Yi Fan dodged to the side, and the bewitching red light brushed past him, piercing through a stone mountain. Divine rainbows shocked the sky, piercing through 36 peaks in a row. The finger hole was perfectly round, and the front and back were all pierced. The power of this finger was extremely great, condensed with a trace of immortal divinity. It was unstoppable, and could destroy all living things. Tianji's pupils were blood red, as intimidating as 2 demonic blades. His aura was like the sun, and his 10 fingers opened up, shooting out streak after streak of scarlet multicolored light. Every single finger was like a crimson sky sword. They were scarlet red, crystalline and dazzling, and they emanated divine lights that were like chains as they pierced through the small world to the point it was beyond recognition. Yi Fan avoided the edge, and after careful observation, he formed seals with both hands and decisively attacked. The sky-flipping seal directly covered over. With a loud sound, the entire sky was overturned. This was a great Tao divine seal that was not passed down by the human race. The higher the cultivator's understanding of the Tao, the greater the power. The great seal was like the blue sky, square in all directions. It was like the jade seal of the celestial emperor falling down, destroying all things. It was countless times more powerful than it was in the past. All who stood in its way were destroyed. The sky-flipping seal seemed to overturn the sky. Under one strike, all of the scarlet multicolored light turned into smoke, turning into ashes. They were all destroyed. Tianji's bones creaked from the pressure, and he flew out dozens of feet. He smashed into a stone mountain and was buried below. He bathed in the blood of the immortal phoenix, and his flesh shell was so terrifying that it could be called abnormal. It was difficult to find someone who could compete with him among his peers, but now, he was suppressed instead. Yi Fan followed up, holding the human ruler seal in his hand. He was like the lord of the human race descending to the world. This great Tao divine seal covered the sky and earth, destroying everything in all directions. It flattened the shattered mountain from the ground until not even dregs were left. Not a single blade of grass grew in this area. Nothing left. It was completely barren, the lofty ancient peaks disappearing. In the distance, the wild flood dragon turned back into a boy. He was dumbstruck and his face was pale. Tianji's physical body was so powerful that even the master of the 8 Visions Temple had praised him. But now, he was being suppressed by someone else. What kind of abnormal physique is this? Could it be the legendary ancient battle emperor physique that Master mentioned? The boy turned pale with fright. If Tianji were to die and the master of the 8 Visions Temple came out of seclusion, even he would be in great trouble. No matter where he went, he would not be able to escape death. In the distance, the ground ruptured. Rocks flew into the sky like smoke signals, forming a vast expanse that covered the sun and moon. Tianji rushed out. Just now, he had been absolutely suppressed. Yi Fan's ruler seal flattened the ground, and he was powerless to resist. He escaped underground and came out from this direction. His expression was cold. This was something that had never happened before. He had never encountered such a great setback before. Bathing in the blood of the immortal phoenix, this kind of heaven-defying divine object was rarely seen in 1,000 generations. It could allow a person to shed off their mortal body and give birth to an unbreakable body. Yet now, it still couldn't stop the person in front of him. Purple energy comes from the east, vast and mighty for 30,000 li. Tianji shouted loudly. A sea of purple energy came from the east and instantly filled the heavens and earth. It was indescribably noble and intimidating. This is my inheritance. Yi Fan was astonished. This was a heaven-defying method of that ancient person. It had appeared when he left Hanga Pass. A tsunami-like sound rang out. Purple energy rushed up from behind Xianxia like 100,000 ancient stars falling. All of the starlight gathered together. It was as if a 10,000-year ancient demon had appeared out of nowhere. Demonic energy overflowed into the heavens and wreaked havoc in all directions. Every inch was purple splendor and purple flames. The purple energy was vast and mighty. It submerged Yifan and wanted to refine him. Many mountains were evaporated and turned into smoke. It was impossible for them to exist anymore. This was a terrifying offensive secret technique. Xianxia had only obtained a portion of the inheritance from his brother, but it was still enough to look down on the world. Anyone who faced this kind of supreme secret technique would pale in fright. The entire lofty mountain was evaporated like water vapor. It was terrifying to the extreme. Yifan didn't show the slightest bit of contempt. Instead, his expression became serious. Using his body as a seal, he activated the Tao marks and formed a golden taiji circle to resist the purple energy from the East divine technique. Sword cries and phoenix cries sounded one after another. They sounded from within the purple light. Blade radiance, sword shadows, and immortal phoenixes danced in the air. They weaved through the purple mist and all of them hacked down on the golden circle. Unfortunately, the 10,000 techniques were like clouds and passed by in a hurry. Yifan didn't move at all and defended against the attack. Moreover, after stabilizing the situation, he advanced on foot and pressed forward. With each step he took, this immortal earth would tremble. It was as if an ancient deity was moving, the blue sky about to crush down. Xianxia's expression changed. Right now, he truly didn't want to fight against Yifan's flesh anymore. After suffering 2 great losses in a row, he felt apprehensive and quickly backed up. He decided to face his enemy with Tao methods. Great Pure Energy Origin Slash. His body turned into nothingness and retreated. However, a streak of great pure energy descended from the heavens, producing primal chaos. It turned into a several thousand zhang long streak of primal chaos astral wind and hacked down. It had to be said that this was a type of exceptional offensive holy technique. Yifan continuously changed techniques to resist it. Fiery light overflowed in all directions between the two. Divine multicolored light shooting in all directions and primal chaos surging. It was incomparably intense. Xianxia could move unhindered through the world and resist a sect master. At his age, he was definitely world-shocking. However, in the end, he still wasn't a match for Yifan. He was struck by a large golden hand until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Even though he used the phoenix blood to baptize his fleshly body and obtained a portion of the supreme secret art passed down by his elder brother, he still wasn't a match for Qin Wentian. The main reason was because Yifan had a saint physique and had reached the 2nd level of immortal foundation. He wasn't someone ordinary sect masters could compare to. Phoenix blood is merely as a... What physique do you have exactly? Xianxia spoke. He was truly shocked. Yifan could suppress him just with his fleshly body, and was even able to fight against his phoenix blood. What physique I have isn't important. What's important is how strong the person is. Yifan coldly laughed, rushing over and unleashing another domineering attack. What you said is right. What physique, what identity, it doesn't matter. What's important is the person's cultivation base. Today, I will let you understand that the 8 Visions Palace is a divine place under the heavens. No one can offend it. Xianxia roared. At this moment, his expression was solemn and dignified. A strand of great pure energy gushed out, transforming into a Tao sword that instantly slashed over. Yifan wasn't afraid at all. He shattered the Tao sword with a single punch, but the Tao sword was reborn, unable to be extinguished. Are you trying to stall for time? Yifan coldly laughed, unceasingly shattering the Tao sword as he continued advancing forward. I'll let you take a look at the secret art of the 8 Visions Palace and use it to kill you. Xianxia coldly snorted. He was finally prepared. Above his head, 3 auspicious clouds appeared. After that, 3 beams of immortal light shot out from the crown of his head, transforming into the shape of a human. 1 qi transformed into 3 pures. From afar, the little boy exclaimed in shock. He didn't expect that the master of the 8 Visions Palace would impart such a supreme divine art to his younger brother. Yifan's heart also trembled. This wasn't an avatar, it was his true self. His combat prowess was many times stronger compared to his avatars, and it was equivalent to several of him fighting at the same time. Qi! The 3 beams of immortal light merged with the auspicious clouds and turned into 3 Taoists. Each of them looked exactly like Yin Tianji as they pressed forward in large strides. Yi Fan's heart trembled. It was already amazing enough for a person like Yin Tianji to appear in this world, but now there were 3 of them. Anyone would feel apprehensive. The 4 of them weren't avatars. They fought in symbiosis and were terrifying. The 4 of them were of one mind and didn't distinguish between the main and the secondary as they attacked together. Hand over your life. Yin Tianji was incomparably conceited. He couldn't beat Yi Fan alone, but with 3 of him, would they still lose? Dang! A light sound came from above Yi Fan's head as the source qi descended and hovered above the cauldron. He didn't use the flames of the black gourd. He wanted to use his true strength to test his improvement over the past 7 years. This is it, this is the source qi. My big brother wants to summon a mysterious yellow exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth. You brought it here at the right time. Of the 4 Yin Tianjis, 1 held a green sword, 1 had an ancient pagoda floating above his head, 1 spat out a treasure mirror, and 1 shook a large bell. These 4 great murderous weapons were summoned at the same time as he used his strongest power to attack Yi Fan. Sword radiance, bell waves, mirror light, pagoda body rotated, and cold light shone on the iron cloak. Yi Fan's expression was solemn. Anyone would find it hard to face 4 top experts. He did his best to resist with the deity striking whip in his hand and the source qi hanging above his head as he fought fiercely. These figures were as fast as lightning and almost tangled together. Magic power overflowed the sky and killing intent pervaded the air. It was difficult to separate them as they fought with their lives on the line. Even though Yi Fan was in a dangerous situation, he could tell that Yin Tianji was anxious and wanted nothing more than to kill him immediately. He had lost his composure. Finally he understood why. 2 of the true bodies suddenly emitted a light pop sound, quickly dissolving, once again turning into 2 masses of clear air. What 3 pure ones? So you only managed to strengthen 1. You want to use this to eliminate me? Yi Fan sneered. After transforming into Tai Chi, a dragon-shaped ripple shot out and split the ancient pagoda with a clang. Then he attacked with great force. In the end, after fighting for 500 rounds, he smashed one of Yin Tianji with the deity striking whip and turned it into a stream of clear energy. The other one directly flew away. You want to leave? Don't you want my source qi? Yi Fan chased closely behind. In Xuandu Cave, a large expanse of blazing brilliance rushed up and a complex formation pattern appeared. At the same time, a void world opened up and a new world appeared. Yin Tianji and the child rushed in. Yi Fan was blocked outside by the formation pattern. With a quick glance, he saw the words Grand Clear Holy Realm in the void world. It really is my place of cultivation. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Moreover, he activated his heavenly eye and looked into the depths. He saw an ancient palace, simple and natural. Is that the 8 Visions Palace? The void slowly closed. Yi Fan could not enter. He was very uneasy. There was definitely his father's inheritance inside. If he could obtain it, it would greatly increase his battle strength. Forget it, he still has an older brother who should be stronger. He is my true inheritor. I just came to the Ziwei ancient star field. I'd better not provoke him for now. Yi Fan turned around and left. He wanted to understand this world first. He did not know anything about this place. There should be countless secrets in the mythical region of ancient China. However, as soon as he turned around, a loud shout came from behind. Do you still want to leave after coming to the 8 Visions Palace? Either be a slave forever or die immediately. In the Grand Clear Holy Realm, Yin Tianji shook his hand and took out a shiny iron chakram. He struck it out and split the sky and earth. Yi Fan felt great danger. This weapon was very shocking. Could it be the diamond chakram that Laozi forged when he left Hangu Pass? At this moment, he actually felt powerless to resist. It turned out that this guy had gone to take the chakram. No wonder he was so arrogant again. Country bumpkin, although my master is in seclusion, he left behind a holy item. A weapon is enough to kill you. The boy also clamored. Slave your grandpa, suppress your grandpa your grandpa. Yi Fan's face darkened. These 2 were asking for a beating. They deserved to be killed 100 times. The words, I'm asking for a beating, were almost written on their faces. Boom! He didn't care about anything else. He took out the black gourd and activated the blazing divine flame. In an instant 9-colored mist surged into the sky and enveloped the area in front of him. Ah! The boy screamed and turned into a fiery dragon on the spot. Then, he turned into charcoal and cried out miserably. Ah! Xianxia was not much better. His entire body was ignited and purple chi from the east was useless. In an instant, he became a flaming man. The terrifying diamond chakram was bright and translucent. It flew over like a star in the sky. It was incomparably terrifying and crushed the heaven and earth. However, Yi Fan was extremely expectant. He activated the army formula and made up his mind to take this treasure away. He wanted to see if it was forged by Laozi when he left Hanggu Pass and what secrets it had. Chapter 698. The diamond chakram shone brightly and flickered with silver light as it rushed over from the distance. It was as if a ring of the moon was shooting over with a dazzling divine splendor. Yi Fan felt a great pressure as if he was facing a collapsing sky. His entire body felt like it was going to split apart as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. He dodged to the side as the diamond chakram drew out a blinding white light that brushed past him, shattering a group of mountains in the distance and turning them into dust. He was astonished. This precious chakram had lost control, but its divine might was still astonishing. A single scratch could destroy so many mountains as if it had the power to split the heavens and the earth. Bas! The diamond chakram trembled slightly as it rushed out from the flattened ground. Although there was no one controlling it, it still flew towards the enemy on its own, aiming for Yi Fan's head. This precious chakram has given birth to its own divine will. At the very least, it is an imperial divine weapon, and one that is impossible to estimate. Yi Fan sacrificed the cauldron and began to absorb the power of heaven and earth to collect the diamond chakram. This treasure was extremely powerful. If he could control it, his battle strength would increase greatly. Clang! The silver chakram was like a knife. It didn't come into contact with the cauldron as it slashed out beams of divine radiance, causing the cauldron to shake violently. If it weren't for its special material, it would have turned into dust. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't use the cauldron to fight against this unknown grade of precious chakram. He was only using the cauldron to slow it down and didn't really touch it. Beam after beam of silver light shot out like heavenly swords, surging everywhere. Tens of thousands of beams of light pierced through the void like a sieve. In the distance, the boy let out a final scream as he turned into dust. As for Xianxia, because he had bathed in the blood of the immortal phoenix, his physique was extremely special and could actually be compared to Wang Ting's physical body. However, he couldn't survive either. Most of his body was charred, and the last strand of connection between him and the diamond chakram was about to be severed. The ancient treasure slowed down. Yi Fan was overjoyed. He sacrificed the cauldron to absorb the divine radiance and officially take it for himself. Ah! Xianxia let out a final scream. Like a phoenix bathed in flames, a scarlet mist shot out from his body as he activated the last of his divine will to control the chakram. Boom! An extremely terrifying aura was emitted. It was as if the underworld had descended, making people feel as if they were being pierced by tens of thousands of steel needles. Intense pain and coldness caused goosebumps to appear all over their bodies, and their hair stood on end. The diamond chakram fell down and turned into the size of a millstone. It could split the heavens and split the earth, destroying anything it hit. Even though Yi Fan had a holy body, he was not willing to take the risk and face it head-on. Boom! It was impossible to tell how many kilometers this mountain range was. The countless peaks were like sand castles on the beach, destroyed in an instant by the waves. Dozens, hundreds, an endless number of them fell continuously. Every mountain peak shattered inch by inch and turned into sand. So powerful! Yi Fan was horrified. This ancient jade pendant's power was too great. If it was used by a king-level figure, who could resist it? He used the cauldron to protect himself. For the first time, he struck out with the power of Yin, transforming it into the gentle holy power of Taiji. Like a drop of water on a stone, he used softness to overcome hardness. The army symbol art appeared at the same time, operating at will, connecting with the Tao, quickly interfering with the jade, wishing to seize it and prevent it from releasing its terrifying divine might. "Open for me!" Xianxia yelled loudly. He was going to die without a doubt. There was no hope of survival at all. The 9-colored mist had already ignited his primordial spirit, and he wanted to drag Yi Fan to his death. The millstone-sized diamond chakram turned into a black hole within his body, swallowing everything. The rubble and mud from the tens and hundreds of collapsed mountains surged over like a raging river, swallowing everything in an instant. Yi Fan's body was unsteady, and he was almost completely melted away. This was an extremely terrifying scene. This precious chakram could swallow anything, just like a black hole in the universe. He had seized a diamond chakram from a light-shaking realm disciple before, but it was obviously a replica. It had also displayed this kind of ability before, but compared to this chakram, it paled in comparison. Yi Fan retreated and unleashed all kinds of strange techniques. He even brought out the black gourd, preparing to knock the diamond chakram down and stop it from turning into a black hole. Otherwise, there was no way to stop it, and he really would be swallowed up. However, at this moment, Xianxia let out a loud cry and finally turned into ashes. His primordial spirit was completely burned away, and he died miserably on the spot. The divine might of the diamond chakram immediately decreased, and it became much dimmer. It was no longer as frightening as before. Yi Fan decisively made his move. He displayed the army character incantation and activated the myriad chi cauldron. With a clang, the precious chakram was collected into the cauldron. Inside the cauldron, a sparkling and translucent precious chakram revolved about. It was like an eternal star, and it emitted a soul-shaking aura. This is a divine object. Yi Fan's heart jumped. Its material was extremely rare, and it was the 9 heavens white jade annulus. According to legend, it was a piece of divine jade that was born from cutting off a portion of the heaven's essence. It was extremely hard and eternal. Although it is an imperial divine weapon, it can definitely evolve into a sacred weapon. Just this material alone is priceless, and it is hard to find in this world. Yi Fan made an accurate judgment. This was an unrivaled imperial divine weapon. Although it was very powerful, it was still not Laozi's diamond chakram. It was just a replica. However, it was extremely frightening to refine a replica to such a terrifying extent. Laozi's bloodline must have produced a peerless king whose strength was shocking. My big brother will avenge me. You won't be able to escape death no matter where you go. Even if you escape into the ancient star region, I can still catch up to you and kill you. This was Xianxia's last thought before he died. It was filled with unwillingness and resentment. The Tai Ching Holy Realm closed. The 8 Visions Palace inside was shrouded in purple mist. It was hazy and impossible to see through it. It was as if there was an ancient king sitting cross-legged inside. Yi Fan was stunned. A person called Xianxia was in seclusion inside. He entered the 8 Visions Palace and obtained Laozi's inheritance. He was extremely powerful. Xianxia had only obtained a portion of the inheritance from his big brother, but he was already comparable to a sect master. He had washed his body with the blood of a divine phoenix. How terrifying would his big brother be? Yi Fan's heart sank. This was definitely an unimaginable enemy. He was extremely terrifying and powerful, and he might have surpassed everyone in the past. The Tai Ching Holy Realm was closed and couldn't be opened at all. There was no way to attack. Yi Fan couldn't even use the 9-colored fire silk. He wants to find the source chi of all things and refine a mysterious yellow exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth. His ambition is too great. Yi Fan left. He didn't want to stay here for long. He needed to understand this world and become stronger. The diamond chakram was warm and sparkling in his hand. It was extremely magical. This was a divine item. If Xianxia hadn't died, it would have been very difficult to deal with. The more Yi Fan looked at it, the more terrified he felt. This was a peerless imperial divine weapon. It could be said to be the king of kings. In the future, it would definitely evolve into a supreme divine item. The Ziwei ancient star region was an incomparably vast world. It stretched for who knew how many tens of thousands of miles. Yi Fan flew for a month after leaving the 8 Visions Palace of Xuandu Cave. He was still in the beautiful mountains and rivers and didn't see anyone. In the end, he saw an ancient altar on a barren mountain. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was an ancient teleportation formation. Where does it lead to? Yi Fan had had enough. He really wanted to enter a region with human habitation and ask others to understand everything about this ancient star. He didn't hesitate to step onto this ancient platform. He even dared to cross the desolate universe and traveled alone in the dark starfield for 7 years. Now that he was on an ancient planet, he naturally wasn't afraid of anything. Even if this ancient formation teleported him to the end of the world, he definitely wouldn't be able to leave this ancient region. The ancient formation platform was at least 10,000 years old. After many source stones were inserted, it flickered with light. In an instant, it blazed brilliantly and formed a passage that penetrated into the distance. Yi Fan flashed and quickly disappeared. He entered the silent nothingness and couldn't see anything. After a quarter of an hour, he finally passed through. Light appeared in front of him. This made his heart tremble. After spending so much time, he had definitely crossed over 8 million miles. This was an extremely long ancient formation. This world is really big. Any random abandoned ancient formation platform would easily cover 8 million miles. This is truly a boundless world. He felt that it might be even more vast and boundless than the Northern Dipper star domain. It was truly a bit frightening. It was hard to imagine what kind of star such a great star was. In this world where even demons existed, he had long since stopped using the physical laws of his hometown to measure things. He inwardly speculated that there might be laws that were used to establish a world on this ancient star. There was a region within a region, and the territory was boundless. Finally, he flew for several tens of thousands of miles and left this great wasteland. He saw a great city on the horizon. This was a black ancient city. It was extremely large and was completely cast from black crystals. Black light flickered as if a majestic heavenly city had descended into the mortal world. So majestic! Even Yi Fan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The city walls were over 100 meters tall and covered densely in formation patterns. One could tell with a single glance that this was an important place. Do you all know that something happened to 8 Visions Temple? Yin Tianda's younger brother was killed. What? Who dared to do such a thing? They even dared to provoke the master of 8 Visions Temple. Yin Tianda defeated all the sect masters 10 years ago. Just how powerful is he now? He dared to use the immortal phoenix blood to baptize his younger brother's body. One can only imagine how unfathomable he is. The dead Yin Tianji was also a supreme expert. Even the various sect masters were incomparably fearful of him. His strength was terrifying to the extreme. Just who killed him? A few cultivators were discussing within this black ancient city that resembled a celestial capital. That day, there was a demon transformed from a spirit bird that had witnessed the battle and leaked the news. Let's not talk about this for now. We should hurry and see that ancient saint. I truly didn't expect such an ancient saint to appear in our Tianyuan city. That's a strange person. He doesn't care about the people's worship at all. He seems to be looking for something and has already lingered there for several days. Yi Fan was greatly shaken after hearing all of this. This world was truly too terrifying. They had just entered an ancient city and yet they could actually see an ancient saint. He also followed along. Many cultivators were heading out of the city and into a barren land that seemed to have been swept by magma. There were towering stone mountains here with strange rocks growing side by side. There wasn't a single blade of grass or tree. In the distance, a few powerful cultivators could be seen but they didn't dare to approach. Suddenly, Yi Fan was dumbfounded. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. He saw a tall figure with disheveled hair standing between the stone mountains. This was a tall and sturdy person who was 2 or 3 heads taller than ordinary people. He was majestic like an ancient god with bronze skin and messy black hair that covered his true appearance. Yi Fan couldn't see his appearance but he was very familiar with this body because he had once climbed the sacred cliff with him and opened the ancient coffin of the great Saint Physique. It was actually the old madman. How is this possible? Why is he here? Yi Fan pinched himself to make sure that he wasn't in a trance. It really is him. His heart was filled with shock. He had traveled alone in the lonely universe for 7 years. Who would have thought that he would see an old friend in the Ziwei ancient star field? Chapter 699. Tianyuan was an ancient city with a long history. No one knew which era it originated from. There were countless secrets in this barren land outside the city. It was rumored that the ancient emperor of Taiyin had once resided here and left behind countless legends. The stone mountain stood tall and barren. It was scorched as if it had been scorched by the most severe true flames of the sun. Even the red earth had melted and crystallized into a sparkling object. Rumor has it that the ancient emperor of Taiyin passed his seclusion here. He cultivated the great Yin scripture, which is extremely soft and extremely Yin. How could he have created such a scene? Someone asked softly. What do you know? The extreme yin can give birth to yang. Otherwise, how could he have achieved the supreme Tao fruit of an ancient emperor? This is a sign of perfection. Someone else said. Yifan really wanted to rush forward, but the old madman had already disappeared. His movements were too fast, disappearing with each step into the depths of this ancient land. Don't push, why do you have to go in? This is a living ancient saint. Do you want to anger him? Don't go near his forbidden land. This ancient saint has a strange temper. He doesn't like to be disturbed and has never accepted anyone's worship. It's better not to get into trouble. Don't make a mistake. Some people reminded him, saying that sect masters had gone to greet him these past few days, but they were all met with indifference. It was as if he was incompatible with the entire world. Senior. Finally, Yifan saw the old madman again. He walked out from a cave and stood on a mountain peak with a single step. Big brother crazy old man. He shouted again. The people around him all looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. Who was this person? How dare he call a saint like this? It really made people speechless. What era was this ancient person from? Who is he? How dare he call me like this? Is he tired of living? Even the sect ancestors have to greet him respectfully, yet he dares to speak like this. Who are you? How dare you disrespect a saint like this? However, what made everyone speechless was that the strange man with disheveled hair in the distance suddenly looked over. His gaze pierced through the disheveled hair and stared at Yifan. In almost an instant, Yifan flew up, involuntarily appearing on that stone mountain. This left many people shocked, dumbstruck as they watched. Greetings, Senior. Yifan was very excited. He had never thought that he would meet the crazy old man in the Ziwei ancient star region. Was this the power of a saint? He could cross the dark universe. Why are you here? Crazy Ol asked in a low voice. It was the first time he had spoken to Yifan. Yifan couldn't calm down. He sent out a strand of divine will and told Crazy Ol everything he had experienced. He asked for help and took him to cross the stars. Forbidden ancient barons. Crazy Ol's eyes shot out two beams of light. They were so bright that they looked like two divine lamps that pierced through the sky. He remained motionless for a full 15 minutes, gazing at the Big Dipper in the distance. His emotions were fluctuating violently, and he couldn't calm down. Yifan knew that he had a sad past there. His peers were all dead, and now he was the only one left, half crazy and half insane. When Yifan's divine will showed the violet copper warship in the dark universe, Crazy Ol was shocked. His eyes shone brightly as he exclaimed, "A warship full of immemorial ancestor kings?" Yifan was shocked. This was the first time he had felt the supreme pressure of a saint. A strong will to fight shot up to the sky, threatening to tear the universe apart. He had an illusion that Crazy Ol had become a god and was going to kill those immemorial ancestor kings alone in the starry sky. If these people don't die, the human race will be in great trouble. Their revival requires an endless source of life. Even billions of corpses won't be enough, Crazy Ol said coldly. What? Yifan was shocked. He wanted to ask something, but Crazy Ol was as calm as before. He didn't say anything more, just like a piece of rotten wood. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said that he came from the other side of the starry sky, a place called Earth. Crazy Ol could travel in the universe, and if he could bring him home. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. Crazy Ol didn't speak for a long time. After a long while he said, "Difficult, difficult, difficult. Without the universal coordinates, there's no way to go to the place you said. We might get lost in the lonely sky until we die." Hearing this, Yifan felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured on his head. Both Mars and the ancient Earth had their exact locations, but how could he know? He couldn't be sure of the coordinates. Suddenly, Crazy Ol's eyes shone brightly, shooting out two beams of blinding light into the starry sky. He gazed at the Big Dipper, and then his body faded away. "Go away. Something is going to happen to me," he said in a low voice. Yifan's heart skipped a beat. What was going to happen to Crazy Ol? Was he in a bad state? Something was about to happen. Immediately afterwards, he flew outwards, breaking free from this barren land. He fell into the crowd and left into the distance. Crazy Ol waved his hand, and countless formation runes appeared out of thin air. In an instant, the whole area was submerged, and a vast light screen enveloped the barren land. This was an ancient formation that was complicated and profound to the extreme. Step by step, it was filled with killing intent, and it completely sealed this area. Yi Fan could vaguely recognize that there was a corner of the killing formation that the Black Emperor took out, as well as a corner of the Void Emperor's god pattern. The two of them were connected, and there were many other majestic and complicated Dao patterns that were densely packed. The ancient formation sealed heaven and earth, suppressing him so that he couldn't escape. This shocked everyone. What is he doing? Those look like imperial runes. Is he trying to suppress me to death? What's wrong with this saint? Why is he treating me like this? Everyone was confused, and they all revealed looks of disbelief as they looked inside. Roar! At this time Crazy Ol roared. His jet-black hair instantly turned snow-white and danced like wild grass. He aged several thousand years in a single breath. He was originally tall and majestic, looking like a middle-aged man. But now, he was incomparably old, as if he had lost countless years in a single day. However, at this moment he was very frightening. His withered head looked up at the sky, his eyes frightening as if he was possessed. With a second roar, the ancient land was completely destroyed. Heavens! This was the cultivation ground of the ancient emperor of Taiyin. It had endured countless tribulations, but today, it was destroyed by his roar. Everyone was horrified, and their blood ran cold. Crazy Ol's roar caused all the mountains to collapse. Rocks tumbled down, and hundreds, even thousands of great peaks fell into the dust, forever erased. Someone coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and fell into a pool of blood. Even separated by two kinds of incomplete imperial runes and a large and unfathomable ancient formation, the sound was still transmitted over. People couldn't bear it. The legends are true. A single strand of the ancient saint's hair can kill a magnificent army, and a drop of blood can kill a saint lord. It's true. If not for the incomplete great imperial runes, everyone outside would have died. They would have been crushed by the roar and evaporated into a bloody mist. Not a single drop would be left. People's hearts were pounding. The power of a saint's roar was so terrifying. If he really wanted to kill, who could stop him? There was an insurmountable chasm between ordinary people and him. He was high and mighty, enough to look down on all living beings. Roar! Crazy Ol roared again. His white hair was messy like grass. He had lost himself and was full of murderous intent. Even with the great formation blocking him, everyone's skin was on the verge of splitting apart. One could imagine the scene inside the ruins. The cultivation ground of the ancient Yin Emperor had completely collapsed, leaving nothing behind. Only the flickering formation blocked the aura of this peerless demon god from leaking out. What's going on? Why is it like this? What's wrong with the old Crazy Ol's body? Yi Fan was shocked and incomparably worried. The ancient Yin Emperor had proven his Tao in the ancient times. There were divine texts recorded in ancient books. His strength was so powerful that it was incomprehensible. He could pluck the stars and capture the moon, behead gods, and his methods were heaven-defying. He had passed away for so many years, but people were still full of reverence and worshipped him as a god. And now, such a saint had come to the cultivation ground. Boom! With a loud quake, the place where the ancient Yin Emperor had passed away surged violently. A black moon appeared between the old Crazy Ol's brows, terrifying and horrifying. That's the great Yin saint force. This saint is so powerful. He has condensed the great Yin imprint. Could it be that he has cultivated the great Yin scripture? Is he going to walk the path of the ancient great emperors and comprehend the great Yin and great Yang ancient scriptures? Everyone was shocked and began to discuss. The old Crazy Ol became even crazier and was completely possessed. The black moon between his brows became more and more frightening. He roared even louder. His messy white hair danced in the air. His body was changing rapidly, first to a middle-aged man, and then to a youth. Boom! Finally, a 17 or 18-year-old youth stepped out from his body. He was heroic and incomparably frightening, full of vigor. Behind him, that elder was stupefied, not moving at all, as if he was a clay sculpture, extremely lethargic. The youth's eyes were like two heavenly swords, incomparably sharp. No one could look him in the eye. This was an extremely powerful and frightening youth. How could this be? Yi Fan was dumbfounded. This was a young madman. He turned around, opened his mouth and swallowed the old madman. Then, his body shook violently and completely recovered. Everyone was astonished. What kind of strange technique was this? The great black moon was imprinted between the brows, and he became young again. Then, he absorbed the original self and erased the traces of time, appearing in the world as a youth. Even though the old crazy old's appearance had changed, the madness just now hadn't decreased. He was still in a state of bedevilment, and his eyes were filled with endless killing intent. After a final roar, the flattened earth caved in, and a bottomless abyss appeared. With a wave of his hand, all of the formation patterns were collected. Then, he carved on the ground and rearranged the Tao patterns. It was as if he was deducing something. It was so complex and profound that even the sect master-level figures were dazzled and felt their heads splitting. Dozens of archaic ancestral kings, as well as the 1,000-armed demonic god. You 3 great sages have all come to Ziwei ancient star domain to massacre millions and millions of creatures? I will kill you all to prove my Tao. The young crazy old's voice was incomparably cold. It was as if a supreme demonic lord had crossed the heavens and descended here. I am going to kill all of your ancestral kings. When the young crazy old's words sounded, thunder rumbled in the heavens and earth. It was as if he had angered the heavens. He stood alone in the void. His black hair danced about chaotically, and his gaze was as terrifying as a blade as he stared in a certain direction. Yi Fan was greatly shaken. The young crazy old was like a completely different person from before. He was just too powerful and terrifying. Chapter 700. The young crazy old man was like a demon lord. He was extremely terrifying, and his eyes were filled with madness. No one dared to approach him. What high heavens! What deities! None of them were in his eyes. Even if a deity came, he would kill them. This was a type of extreme confidence. He was invincible, and he was the only one who could prove the Tao. Everything else would fall beneath his feet. Yi Fan shivered inwardly. It was as if he didn't recognize this person at all. The young crazy old man's temperament was completely different from before. He was incomparably powerful, and even a deity would be trampled under his feet. The young crazy old man carved Tao patterns in the void, using supreme magical force to derive them. He was actually deducing the location of the dozens of archaic ancestral kings. This was a crazy decision. Was one person going to fight against so many archaic kings alone? He was going to kill them all with one strike? This was simply too shocking. The divine will Yi Fan transmitted to him appeared. A violet copper worship was imprinted into the void Tao marks, undergoing the evolution of heaven's mysteries. You all really came. The battle will begin now. The demon-like youth said coldly. Yi Fan understood what he meant. He was going to kill all the archaic ancestral kings and the 3 great sage single-handedly. How domineering was this? The young crazy old man truly made people's hearts jump. At the same time, it made people yearn for him. Such power and attitude could truly swallow mountains and rivers. What is wrong with this saint? This kind of aura is too intimidating. What is he going to do? In the distance, the others were all trembling. Under the aura of the ancient saint, even sect master-level figures would be terrified. Pang! The young crazy old man took a step forward, and the ground immediately erupted with tens of thousands of patterns, forming a transportation formation. He pointed out with his hand, and a spatial passage immediately appeared. 5-colored divine light flickered, and this path seemed to pass through a heavenly country, heading towards the end of eternity. The young crazy old man stepped in with a single step. He was powerful and cold, advancing forward courageously. He didn't even look back as he left into the distance, disappearing into the void ancient path. The ancient violet copper worship descended upon the Ziwei ancient star field. The human race was facing a great calamity. Even the corpses of millions and millions of people wouldn't be enough. The descent of dozens of ancient kings would seize the lives of countless humans to revive. It could be said that this was a great calamity where blood flowed like rivers and corpses piled up into mountains. It concerned the life and death of a race. Now, who could bravely step forward and fight? Crazy Ol was going to kill dozens of archaic ancestral kings, as well as 3 great sage, including the 1,000-armed god fiend. It could be said to be a world-shaking battle, but he didn't say anything. He left in a domineering manner, without even a frown on his face. He was incomparably cold and had a heroic and invincible spirit. Yi Fan's heart was pounding madly. Could it be that the old lunatic had gone beyond the starry skies? That didn't seem too likely. Could he have created such an ancient path with a single step? This is too terrifying. The methods of a saint are unfathomable. With a single step, a divine formation that can traverse 8 million li appeared. Some people who studied formation patterns rushed over and observed the coordinates. They were all shocked and dumbfounded. What? Yi Fan was shocked. Could it be that the primeval purple copper warship had really come to the Ziwei ancient star region? This was its target. But how did it get there? Traversing through the void on his own would definitely take a few hundred lifetimes. Let's go take a look as well. What exactly is the ancient saint trying to do? Someone spoke. He repaired the formation patterns and followed behind. With the first person there was a second. Many experts began to travel through space. Yi Fan also went on his way. He couldn't stop here and followed some powerful figures. He also wanted to see the old lunatic's methods. The saint's methods were inexhaustible. With a single step, tens of millions of Tao patterns appeared, carving out such a world-shocking transportation formation. A large group of people followed. 5 colors flickered and 10 lights flickered. When they came out, they discovered that they had arrived in a great wasteland. There were lush ancient trees, towering green mountains, sea-like lakes, and vast valleys. It was a primordial scene. This was a great wasteland with no end. There was vegetation everywhere, but there was something different about it. It seemed to be lacking some vitality. This is a great wasteland of the Lu continent. It's boundless, and who knows how many tens of thousands of li it is. Many people couldn't come out after entering for their entire lives. What happened? Why is this great wasteland so quiet? Why are there no wild beasts roaring? No vicious beasts roaming about? Even the plants are turning yellow. Something must have happened. Everyone was surprised and revealed astonished expressions. Only Yi Fan knew that a great change had happened. That saint didn't hide his aura and entered the depths of the great wasteland. Everyone followed the traces left behind by the young lunatic. They chased after him, eager to see what was going on. Heavens, what is going on? Why has a place with abundant vegetation become so lifeless? Soon after, everyone revealed expressions of shock. There were many animal corpses along the way, including some extremely powerful vicious beasts. Meanwhile, the ancient trees and thistles had all withered and lacked vitality. When they entered the ancient forest, the sky was filled with falling yellow leaves. The bleakness of autumn gave off a type of coldness and desolation. When they entered deep into the great wasteland, everyone was completely stupefied. Was this still the ancient land of desolation where human habitation was rare and savage beasts roared? The green sea had completely disappeared. Now, it had turned into a great golden desert. All of the mountains and valleys had been crushed, turning into a great desert. This is impossible. This was a great wilderness. How did it turn into a desert? What heaven-defying thing happened? A year ago, I came here to search for the legendary ancient medicine king. It was full of vitality and flourishing, so how did it become like this? Many people cried out in alarm. They simply couldn't believe what was happening. This change was too fast. A great wilderness had turned into a barren desert. This was a change of heaven and earth. This is the withered skeleton of a heavenly Pang. It was so powerful. It was actually a terrifying Holy Lord-level vicious beast. However, it suddenly died and was buried in the sand. Everyone was shaken. There were many corpses in this great desert. All of their flesh and blood had withered and their essence blood had flowed out. They died in extremely miserable states. They all died unnaturally. It's as if an overflowing demonic god sucked away all of their life force. How could it be like this? The great wasteland has become a peerlessly dangerous land. When did this start? It's too terrifying. Suddenly, everyone felt their hearts palpitate. They felt like they were suffocating. After coming to this region, it was as if they were being stared at by an ancient vicious beast. It was as if there was an enormous monster that had locked onto everyone. In that instant, a terrifying ocean-like fluctuation surged. Crazy Ol's life force was at its peak, engulfing the entire great desert. The palpitating feeling immediately disappeared. Everyone returned to normal, and they looked at each other in shock. What's up ahead? Did this saint come here to eliminate evil? Let's go take a look. Many people advanced. They wanted to see the truth as they entered the depths of the great desert. Yi Fan's heart sank. The copper warship had already descended into this world, so there was no mistake about it. If they didn't get rid of it, this would be a catastrophe. What? Everything within a range of hundreds of thousands of li has become a desert. Not a single blade of grass grows. All of the creatures have died and lost their life force. This was the terrifying result everyone saw. It was difficult for them to accept. All of this was too strange and terrifying. Moreover, news of this didn't even spread to the outside world. Finally, everyone arrived at the very depths. They saw the young crazy old man. He seemed to have been petrified as he confronted an enormous copper warship. Such a large ancient ship, why does it feel like it has existed since the ancient times? The ancient copper ship was mottled with rust. It was full of an ancient aura, as if it had existed since the beginning of the world. However, it also made people's minds feel like they were splitting apart. All of the bad feelings originated from it. At this moment, everyone knew without even thinking that the formation of this great desert was most likely caused by it. What is that? Why is my soul trembling and about to suffocate? I can't take it anymore. My primordial spirit is about to shatter. Many powerful cultivators cried out in alarm, and then they quickly retreated as if they were avoiding a desolate beast. An ancient ship descended from the heavens, making everyone feel like they were going to collapse. Everyone retreated, including Yi Fan. This was the power of a saint. A strand of energy could penetrate a divine lord. It was impossible to resist. A violent sound rang out. The young crazy old man's thick black hair flew about like a waterfall from the 9 heavens. He walked forward step by step, pressing towards the copper war chariot. He really is going to take action. Yi Fan shivered inwardly. Only when they retreated 1,500 li out did everyone stop. It was because this was a battle between saints, and the shock waves might reach even further, easily making the heavens split and the earth cave in. There was an old sect master who cultivated the heavenly eye. He stood in the heavens, gazing into the depths of the great desert, engraving everything he sensed in the sky. The saints are taking action. The young crazy old man was extremely powerful. He walked forward step by step, arranging a world-shocking formation pattern with a raise of his hand, including 2 damaged emperor patterns, sealing himself and the ancient copper ship within. Yi Fan's mind trembled. The old crazy old man didn't leave himself a path of retreat at all. If he didn't kill these several dozen archaic ancestral kings, then he himself would die inside. Human, you are powerful, extremely powerful, extremely powerful. Terrifying fluctuations transmitted from the copper warship, evaluating the young crazy old man. However, do you think you alone can offend us? You clearly know that you are going to die, yet you still want to stop us. Your courage is commendable. This type of ocean-like fluctuation actually transmitted over 1,000 li. Everyone at the end of the horizon was horrified. How powerful of an existence was this? It was truly heaven-defying. Everyone felt their blood run cold. They retreated so far, yet they still weren't in a safe range. The power of a saint was simply unimaginable. Perhaps a single strike would be enough to kill everyone here. Regardless of whether you were a powerful sect master or a heaven-defying demonic cultivator, as long as you were in this great wasteland's desert, you would all be within the range of attack. The saints' methods are too terrifying. This was what everyone was thinking. In the great desert, that 17 or 18-year-old youth's face was cold. He didn't stop in the slightest, his steps firm, advancing courageously. It was as if a demonic lord had descended from the heavens. A divine phoenix-like ancient creature flew out from the copper warship. Its entire body was bathed in heaven-overflowing divine flames, as if an immortal phoenix had descended into the world of mortals. As soon as it appeared, terrifying fluctuations overflowed into the heavens. The great wilderness completely collapsed, immediately extending outwards. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Heavens! Just this type of ordinary fluctuation is enough to directly collapse everything within a range of tens of thousands of li. This is an archaic ancestral king. It's over, all of us are going to die. Just this type of ordinary aura is enough to make all of us collapse. Everyone was close to despair. The true power of an archaic ancestral king exceeded their imaginations. The young crazy owl waved his hand, and the runes he had just laid down all came to life. Brilliant light shot into the heavens, drowning out the heaven and earth. In an instant, everything was cut off, and the fluctuations of the divine phoenix's archaic king were blocked here. In the ancient years, saints had to fight in outer space, or else the great earth might be destroyed. Now that they were going to fight, the old crazy old man used divine formations to protect the great earth. Human, you're just one person. Do you think you can stop dozens of ancient kings and 3 great sage? Do you think you're an ancient emperor? This ancient king that resembled a divine phoenix possessed supreme prestige. Its divine will was like a surging ocean, majestic and mighty. Heaven and earth trembled, and the people 1,500 li away were shaken to the point where they couldn't stop shaking. They're all alive. Yi Fan felt that the situation was far from good. He thought that only the 1,000-armed demon god, the great sage, was still alive. He didn't think that the ancient king who had died of old age would also come back to life. This was far from good. No matter how powerful the old crazy old man was, he would still bleed. How could they fight him? You want to let the corpses of billions of creatures lie on the ground, stain the earth with their blood in order to revive yourself? The old crazy old man calmly asked. Since you already know, there's no need to ask. The ancient king coldly replied. He was no different from an immortal phoenix bathing in flames, intimidating the world. Since it's like this, I'll kill all of you. The young crazy old man coldly said. At this moment he took action. No one could see clearly. They could only see heaven and earth collapsing in the great desert. The universe shook violently, and the primal chaos surged. A world-splitting aura swallowed and spat out, drowning out everything. Ah! In the end a loud cry rang out. All of the light disappeared, and only a young man remained. His entire body was covered in blood. He tore a phoenix in half and held it in his hand. That's... Everyone was stunned. How powerful was this battle strength? An archaic ancestral king was killed just like that. This was an ancient creature that resembled a divine phoenix, a glorious archaic ancestral king. Ah! The ancient creature that was hacked in half was trembling all over. Blood flowed, dyeing the desert red. It was still screaming. However, the old crazy old man pointed out with his hand. A streak of light shot out, shattering its primordial spirit on the spot and thoroughly killing it. He tossed the 2 halves of the bird body onto the ground as if he was tossing away the corpses of chickens and ducks. He didn't seem to care at all. His eyes were incomparably cold, full of crazy killing intent. In the distance, everyone was shocked to the point where they almost became stupid. Their bodies were covered in cold sweat. This was heaven-defying offensive power, something that had never been seen before even in the ancient times. This was just too frightening. Regardless of whether it was the heaven-warping geniuses or the sect masters of all sides, they all trembled from the depths of their souls. What kind of method was that just now? No one saw it clearly. Chaotic light submerged everything. All types of forbidden techniques were used, quickly deciding victory and defeat. It is rumored that in the ancient times, saints never took action, but once they fought with their lives on the line, life and death might be decided in a single breath. Victory is victory, defeat is defeat, difficult to delay. Who would have thought that it was true? I killed a primordial king? Am I dreaming? At this time, a youth in the desert had a callous expression. He pressed forward with an indomitable will, pressing towards the copper warship. He was unexpectedly going to face all of the ancient kings alone. Chapter 701. With each step the young crazy old took, the fluctuations from the violet copper warship became a bit more intense. It was as if an archaic heaven-splitting vicious beast was reviving. The world was collapsing. 1,500 li away, the spectators were horrified. The old crazy owl had already laid down an unmatched divine formation and sealed off the energy inside, yet it was still so powerful. At this moment, their primordial spirits were on the verge of splitting apart. It was as if blades were scraping at their bones, and every inch of their flesh and blood was about to be peeled off. This was a type of pain that threatened to destroy their true bodies. One could imagine what it would be like without the isolation of that ancient divine formation. It was unknown just how much of the surrounding area would be destroyed, and they would definitely become ashes. Moreover, all of this was just a type of fluctuation. It wasn't an attack from either side. This was an ancient saint, an unmatched expert like a deity. A muffled sound rang out. The violet copper warship that was even larger than a mountain range was shaken off a layer of copper rust. The cabin opened wide, and a gust of violent wind blew out. Every single gust of wind was black. They cut through the void and swept out primal chaos. At this moment, there was a type of austere atmosphere in both the heavens and earth. It was as if a deity from hell had broken through its cage and arrived in this world to carry out a world-ending operation. Surging killing intent filled the air like a hurricane. The energy of a death god lingered about. Since ancient times, the entire world had been stirred up by this wind of death. Pang! A foot stepped out. Black iron clothes flickered about, wrapping around the sole of the foot. Black light curled about it, and the terrifying divine might became even stronger. Dong! The violet copper warship trembled. This powerful existence finally walked out. He wore an underworld iron armor that flickered with black light. His figure was imposing and imposing. He truly was like a deity. His entire body was curling with brilliance. The black holy clothes covered his entire body, making him look extremely heroic. His face was snow-white, as if he hadn't seen sunlight for tens of thousands of years. He was extremely handsome, but there were traces of wrinkles on his face, leaving behind the traces of time. His hair was already grizzled, losing a bit of its luster. Only his eyes were pitch black like two black gemstones, extremely spirited. One could imagine just how heroic this ancient ancestor was when he was young. The passage of time had left behind indelible traces on his body. This was a king whose strength was unfathomable. In the past, he needed to be worshipped by all living beings, but now, he had truly appeared in reality. Human, you dare to kill dozens of us ancient kings alone. You are truly courting death. The man said in a deep voice. Therefore, Crazy Ol only had one action, and that was to attack. He responded with his actions, and it was a very straightforward attack. Roar! At this moment, the young madman looked as if he was possessed. His eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. His black hair was like a dragon, and his killing intent was boiling. 1,500 li away, everyone was alarmed. When faced with this type of ancient king, the human race had always retreated since ancient times, even bowing down in humiliation. They felt fear in their hearts. When had they ever dared to take the initiative to attack like this? Even though they didn't personally face him and didn't take action right now, they still felt their blood boil. This was how cultivators should be. Even if they were facing a legendary ancient king, they still had to dare fight. Clang! A black crystal spear appeared in the ancestral king's hand. He stabbed forward. His movements weren't very fast, but the heavenly Tao sacred sound rang out. This is the resonance of the great Tao, the sound of magical power piercing through the universe. Everyone's fine hairs stood on end. This was the Tao law of the mortal slayer, something only a taboo existence could display. It had always appeared in legends, but now they were seeing it for real. The great Tao resonated, releasing countless strands. Dragons soared and phoenixes danced. The divine sound was like a blade, about to cut down all life. However, all of this was just the accompanying heavenly Tao sacred sound. The true killing move was still the black crystal spear. It immediately pierced through the heavens and pierced towards the space between Crazy Ol's brows. Too terrifying. This was everyone's heart pounding. This spear was accompanied by countless black strands, and every single one of them was a natural law. Each strand was enough to kill a sect ancestor. Countless strands condensed on the black spear's tip, concentrating on Crazy Ol's forehead. One could imagine how terrifying this attack was. It was unstoppable. Clang! Crazy Ol's hand was like a piece of crystal jade, shining with brilliant multicolored light. His eyes were endlessly cold. He used 2 fingers to stop the demonic edge. This type of attack was enough to destroy everyone in a great sect, make the great earth cave in, and strike down meteors. However, it was stopped by 2 fingers today. This world-shocking attack was stopped by the black crystal spear. This was too horrifying. Everyone became petrified, their eyes full of shock. They couldn't budge in the slightest. This archaic ancestor king was also shocked. His full power attack was neutralized by the opponent just like that, 2 fingers stopping his divine weapon from advancing even an inch. It was only a finger away from that forehead. Heavenly Tao natural laws devoured and spat out, endless strands winding about. As long as it entered, even if you were a great hero, you would still turn into ashes. However, all of the natural laws were suppressed, unable to advance even an inch. Moreover, a wave of dreadful beast-like aura rushed over, making him feel like he was suffocating. Within the archaic king's black pupils, killing intent rushed out like a dragon. He fiercely shook, pulling out the spear, hacking down like a blade. Dang! Crazy Ol used his hand to block. A string of sparks flew out, destroying a large area of space. Great void rifts appeared one after another. Gotcha! Then with a forceful twist, the black crystal spear tip snapped. It was crushed into black fragments in his hand, sparkling and translucent. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, exceeding everyone's reaction speed. The archaic king's weapon was destroyed just like that. Crazy Ol was too fast. He grasped the rose symbol art, crossing 1,000 zhang with a single step like a streak of light. Even though the archaic ancestor was fast, moving like lightning, he couldn't evade. Pooh! Crazy Ol's hand directly cut into the ancestor king's chest, cutting it open. Blood gushed out crazily, all types of internal organs flowing out. The archaic king roared. All types of divine Tao laws appeared, but it couldn't stop the injuries at all. The archaic blood continued to gush out, unable to stop. Ah! He struggled fiercely, magical force overflowing into the heavens. Ancient king laws interweaved like divine chains, but he couldn't injure his opponent. At this moment, he decisively abandoned his body. Divine light rushed into the heavens from the crown of his head, and his primordial spirit was about to escape. However, the young Crazy Ol was even faster and more decisive. He seized the broken spear, and with a pu sound, he stabbed it into the crown of his head, directly penetrating through his body. This kind of scene was rarely seen in thousands of generations. Who could kill an archaic king like this, so directly and fiercely? Blood rushed out, and white brain matter splashed out. The black crystal spear had completely pierced through, nailing his primordial spirit to pieces. After an unknown amount of time, people woke up with a start. All of this was extremely bloody and shocking. This was an archaic king, yet he was killed just like that. The old Crazy Ol held the broken spear in his hand. He picked up this corpse that could intimidate all ages, and then with a shake of his hand, he threw it onto the ground. He walked forward on foot. No one said anything. How many years had it been since the human race produced such a person? How many people dared to kill an archaic king like this? Was this someone who could prove the Tao? This was what everyone was thinking. When they thought of this question, they couldn't help but tremble. Yi Fan was naturally shocked as well. Was this the might of a saint? It could actually be so terrifying. The path he had to walk was still extremely long. Within the Great Golden Desert, there was only a single youth with flying black hair. His eyes were filled with crazy killing intent, and his steps were firm as he walked step by step towards the purple copper ancient ship. This was a shocking scene. A single person dared to face so many ancient kings alone. The young Crazy Ol didn't hesitate in the slightest and remained unwavering. It's them. They actually returned. 1,500 li away, a sect master from an undying inheritance couldn't help but cry out. He stared at the ancient ship and finally thought of something. Could it be those destroyers from the endless years? Another sect master spoke, feeling incredibly bewildered. Correct, it's them. Not even the eternal banishment could erase them. In the end they still returned. A living fossil said with a trembling voice. Yi Fan was alarmed. He listened carefully and understood a terrifying truth. In the distant savage era, there was a group of saints from outside this region who arrived on an ancient ship. They were sensed by the people of Ziwei ancient star domain ahead of time. After carefully sensing them, they discovered that it was difficult to contend against them, because those people were too powerful. It was rumored that these ancient creatures were the kings of the 3 great ancient lands gathered together to form an unparalleled fighting force. Ziwei ancient star domain was in an era of extinction for great emperors. In the end, the saints of that era exhausted their divine energy and joined hands to display a world-shaking forbidden secret technique. They banished the purple copper warship from outside this region to an unknown ancient region in the depths of the desolate cosmos. They exhausted the saints of the Savage Era to death and moved the ancient ship to an unknown time-space. After such a long time, they actually returned. When the secrets of the past were revealed, everyone felt a chill from head to toe. How were they supposed to resist? For the human race, this was an earth-shattering disaster. Everyone was praying, hoping that the murderous young crazy owl would kill all the ancient kings. Otherwise, rivers of blood would flow on the great earth, and over 100 million corpses would be left. Even if it was an ancient saint who had the hope of confirming the Tao, there was no way he could fight so many people alone. Everyone was incomparably worried. The divine abilities of these archaic ancestral kings are beyond imagination. It's already difficult for a saint to fight one or two of them alone. Our race's saint is facing a situation of certain death. No one can fight so many ancient kings alone, unless the great emperors of the past come back to life. After understanding everything, everyone's hearts were filled with pessimism. Even though the young crazy owl had killed 2 archaic kings, they couldn't relax at all. Without a doubt, the 2 ancient kings just now were in an extremely weak state. If they were at their peak, they would be invincible. Normally, an ancient saint was already very powerful if he could fight against several people at the same level. To kill dozens of people alone was truly heaven-defying. They've exhausted the essence energy within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. All the plants and living beings have died. I'm afraid some of the ancient kings have already completely recovered. They didn't come out together. They must be transferring their essence energy to a few of them so that they can come out in their peak state. This, even if they have the potential of confirming the Tao, they can't win. Bang! The young crazy owl was extremely powerful. With a slap, a large part of the mountain-sized purple copper warship caved in, creating a large hole. His eyes were filled with crazy killing intent and incomparably cold. He was fearless even in the face of such a hopeless situation. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura rushed out. It was as if it could pierce through the past, present, and future, vast and mighty. An unparalleled existence had finally come out with ample preparation. His entire body was jet black, and every inch of his skin flickered with black light. It was as if he was cast from black crystals. He had over 1,000 arms, just like a 1,000-armed Buddha. This was a supreme being. He walked extremely slowly, and with every step he took, the entire world seemed to be pulsing with him. It was as if he was cast from black gold, as if he was an immortal deity. Human, you might be strong, but to dare to come here is suicidal. You have no hope at all. I've even seen what the Saint Emperor Battler is capable of. There were 3 great sages on the ancient violet copper battleship, and now the 1,000-armed god devil had appeared. Chapter 702. What? He's seen the monkey's father? Yi Fan's heart jumped. The origin of the 1,000-hand demonic god was too frightening. It was hard to guess. What kind of person was the old fighting Saint Emperor? This was a race known for their battle prowess. Once they became emperors, they could see through the ages and overlook the heavens. They were invincible. This was a great sage. His strength was beyond imagination. He was born in the archaic era and had seen the emperor of fighting in action. He definitely had a great origin. However, the young madman was extremely cold and didn't care at all. Even though this great sage had an illustrious identity, he didn't care at all. Now, he was a young man with thick black hair. He was like a demon lord, showing off his abilities and astonishing sharpness. Even though he was trapped in a hopeless situation, he didn't care about life or death at all. There was only surging battle intent and a crazy killing intent. What heavens! What great sage! Everything would fall beneath his feet. Even if a deity came, he would kill him. This was the current state of the old madman. Nothing could stop him as he pressed forward courageously. The 1,000-hand demonic god walked out. The world pulsed with him. Only he was supreme. This was his spirit, the embodiment of his invincibility. Everyone knew that the true battle of life and death had begun. This 1,000-hand Buddha-like great sage was too powerful. He was the old madman's mortal enemy. His every move seemed to be able to destroy the heaven and earth. It was as if the entire world couldn't contain him and everything was about to be destroyed. His entire body seemed to be cast from black gold. His demonic body was intimidating and terrifying. Yi Fan seriously suspected that the Buddha had once seen the supreme technique of this race, which was why he created the 1,000-hand Buddha body. Dong! The young madman's attack was simple and direct. A fist imbued with the aura of the Imperial Path smashed out. Violent waves swept outwards, destroying everything in its path. With a flash of black light, the thousand-hand demonic god attacked. He didn't evade and was also very powerful. His 1,000 hands moved together and pressed forward like a mountain. The battle between Old Madman and the great sage of the archaic era caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. People could only see auspicious air descending from the sky and golden lotuses spitting out from the ground. In a battle of this level, even the great Tao could sense it, producing all kinds of strange scenes. The battle between the two was exceptionally intense. The collision was like the great collapse of heaven and earth. The demon god's black light covered the sun. Crazy Ol also activated his holy power and clashed with thousands of black hands. He was as fast as lightning. Bang! Suddenly, over 1,000 divine weapons appeared in the 1,000-armed god-fiend's hands, all of them capable of splitting apart the sky dome. They danced about together, attacking forward. It was unknown how many great abysses of the void had appeared. Endless darkness connected to the dimensional space, merging with 1,000 weapons to surround and suppress the old madman. This was a type of great power that borrowed the power of the heaven subdimensions to forever seal an ancient saint, extinguish his soul. Chi! A black Taiyin divine talisman appeared. This was not Crazy Ol's weapon, but he condensed it with the holy power of the Taiyin. It froze the void and slashed at the 1,000 black hands. Without a doubt, this was a fierce battle between giants, a battle that could destroy the land of Ziwei. If it weren't for the protection of the ancient formations, the great wilderness would have already been destroyed. Boom! Another loud noise was heard. Crazy Ol's Taiyin divine talisman swept out a dazzling brilliance. The holy power of the Taiyin burst out in all directions, shattering many of the weapons of the 1,000-hand demonic god. At the same time, the great sage of the archaic era also let out a long roar. Thousands of black lights flew out, leaving bloody wounds on Crazy Ol's chest one after another, almost exposing his bones. In the distance, people cried out in alarm, their hearts in their throats. The victory or defeat of this saint concerned the life and death of billions of people. Everyone was heartbroken. A blazing white light flashed by, dispersing all the power of the laws. The wound didn't worsen. It was obvious that Crazy Ol cultivated more than one ancient scripture. This time, the murderous intent in his eyes became even stronger. He rushed forward in large strides. The holy power of the Taiyin disappeared, interweaving into chain-like laws that rushed out in all directions. Walala! The chains of the heavenly law were like dragons, extending in all directions with Crazy Ol as the center, piercing towards the great sage of the archaic era. It was as if the hair of a god was dancing. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew in all directions. More than 100 of the 1,000-hand demonic god's weapons were cut in half. Thousands of ancient divine laws interweaved between the two, each one capable of destroying the foundation of a great sect. The result of this life and death battle could be decided at any moment. Both of them were fighting with peerless saint lives. Once one of them died, it would be an immeasurable loss for the race. Crazy Ol was incomparably crazy. His murderous intent was as vast as the ocean. He charged through all kinds of divine laws and faced a 9-colored divine sword head-on. His body was pierced through. Meanwhile, he also closed in and punched out with all his strength. His attack was calm and just. It immediately smashed out and smashed half of the 1,000-hand demonic god's body into meat paste. The great sage of the archaic era didn't expect him to be so crazy. His 1,000 hands moved at the same time, each holding a weapon and slashing down. The 9-colored divine sword stabbed into the 1,000-hand demonic god's body, wanted to stir, wanting to destroy his body. Dang! Crazy Ol's body was as hard as diamond. He forcefully shook it and broke the sword. The 9 colors scattered and returned to normal. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 moves had passed. Both of them were fast to the extreme. It was equivalent to 3,000 great Tao laws striking out. Chaotic energy surged and was extremely terrifying. Destruction of the 4 symbols. Return to eternity. At this time, the 1,000-hand demonic god shouted and unleashed an incomparable divine law power, crushing the heaven and earth. 4 ancient starry domains flickered and millions of starlight descended from the sky. They turned into a desolate universe and enveloped Crazy Ol within. The great calamity descended and the universe became desolate, returning to eternity. This was an irresistible divine law order. Nothing could stop it. Even Crazy Ol suffered a great loss. His body was wrapped up in this desolate small universe and half of his essence energy was sucked out. His thick black hair turned a lot white. He roared as if his demonic nature had erupted. His hair stood on end and his killing intent was boundless. He raised his fist to the sky and seized back the lost essence energy. Rumble! This desolate cosmos was unstable and on the verge of collapse. The essence energy that was seized surged, turning into a streak of clear splendor and returning in reverse. It's useless. You can't escape from my palm. The thousand-hand demonic god was cold. His 1,000 hands moved at the same time and thousands of black lights shot into the desolate universe. He was refining this desolate small universe. He wanted to turn Crazy Ol into the source of essence energy and completely swallow him, making him a part of the starry domain. Destruction of the 4 symbols. These 4 words weighed down on the hearts of the people in the distance. If the saints of the human race were defeated, it would be a catastrophe. There would be hundreds of millions of corpses on the earth. Boom! Suddenly, Crazy Ol waved his fist. His movement was very slow, but it was so terrifying that it could split people's primordial spirits. The entire universe was about to collapse. What is this? The thousand-hand demonic god was shocked. The desolate small universe he had created began to crack. It could not contain the crazy young man at all. Crazy Ol did not say anything. Every move he made was destroying the small universe. He possessed unimaginable power. This is the fist of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The thousand hands demon god was shocked and extremely shaken. He recognized this legendary supreme fist technique that almost no one had ever successfully practiced. Boom! Every time Crazy Ol swung his fist, there was an earth-shattering power. The desolate universe finally began to crack. It was split open by his fists. Crack! Countless large cracks appeared. The universe was on the verge of disintegration. A terrible sound was heard as it began to collapse. It's the fist of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The thousand-hand demonic god was shocked. He never thought that this human could be so terrifying. He could even master this fist art. Bang! Crazy Ol's thick black hair danced in the wind. Each punch was heavier than the last. The desolate small universe kept on cracking until it finally collapsed. Boom! Everything ceased to exist. All the stars were extinguished and returned to nothingness. Everything had disappeared. This was absolute power that could destroy all obstacles. Crazy Ol took a step forward and attacked the thousand-hand demonic god. One punch smashed away thousands of arms, causing the immemorial great sage to cough up blood. Thousand-hand soul-shattering art. As a great sage, his methods were heaven-defying. Even when he was suppressed by such a powerful force, he was still fearless. 1,000 hands emerged from the chaos and launched a heaven-defying attack. Countless black lights shot out towards Crazy Ol. Crazy Ol's body was pierced in many places. Blood gushed out. This was the blood of an ancient saint. A single drop could kill a sect master, but now, so much of it had flowed out. Some of the wounds were even more terrifying. They penetrated through the body, exposing the white bones. However, Crazy Ol didn't even make a sound. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist pressed forward. He was invincible as he punched straight at the enemy. Bang! This fist landed on the thousand-hand demonic god's left shoulder, shattering more than 300 arms. Black-colored blood gushed out. Bang! The second punch was just as powerful. It destroyed the left half of the great sage's body, turning all 500 arms into a bloody pulp. Ah! The immemorial great sage roared. Ever since he was born, he had never been wounded like this. Kill! His dark golden body shot out thousands of rays of divine light. He opened his mouth to devour the heaven and earth, refining the origin of the world in an attempt to swallow Crazy Ol. Bang! Faced with this, the incomparably callous youth still swung his unstoppable fists, destroying everything in his way. Blood splashed everywhere. Crazy Ol smashed the thousand-hand demonic god's jaw into pieces. Blood gushed out wildly. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist has been successfully trained. It's truly terrifying. The thousand-hand demonic god felt a chill and quickly retreated. However, how could it be compared to Crazy Ol's raw formula? The youth followed up with a single step. His fists opened and closed as if he could smash down the sun, moon, and stars in the sky. Bang, bang! He attacked one after another. Even the immemorial great sage, who had seen the emperor fighting, was no match for him and suffered serious injuries. Once the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was unleashed, the mountains collapsed and the seas roared. The sun and moon lost their radiance and the stars moved. It was terrifying to the extreme. The 1,000-hand demonic god was almost smashed to pieces. At this moment, even his forehead was cracked and his primordial spirit was about to be shaken out. Behind him, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Crazy Ol to be so powerful. Their spirits were stirred and their blood vessels were boiling. Yi Fan's mind became empty as he sank into the Tao realm. He used the fighting formula to evolve the 6 paths of reincarnation fist and comprehended the supreme fist intent. He forgot himself and everything else. Crazy Ol was incomparably powerful. He almost went berserk. Once the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was unleashed, he was unrivaled under the heavens. Bang! The immemorial great sage was sent flying. This time, all the bones in his body were broken. Crazy Ol chased after him with the intention of killing him. At this time, 2 godlike existences walked out from the purple bronze ancient ship. When their feet landed, the heaven and earth trembled. It was as if the entire world was trembling under their aura. This is... Everyone was horrified. There were 3 great sage on the ancient ship. They came from 3 different ancient lands. At this time, all of them finally appeared, standing tall like 2 beams of eternal light. Everyone was in despair. One great sage was already so terrifying, injuring Crazy Ol. Now, 2 more had appeared. Was there still a chance of victory? This was most likely a situation of certain death. One had to know that there were still many ancient kings who hadn't come out yet. As soon as the 2 great sage appeared, they immediately attacked towards Crazy Ol's vitals. They didn't want to give him a chance to breathe at all. Yi Fan's heart tightened. Crazy Ol was indeed powerful. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist was unrivaled under the heavens, but there were too many opponents. He might be exhausted to death here. He took out the black gourd and shouted, "Treasure, please turn around." Gourd Tao transformation sword. Yi Fan didn't want Crazy Ol's blood to dye the great desert. He wanted to use the mysterious and terrifying black gourd to lend him a helping hand. Chapter 703. As soon as Yi Fan shouted out, he immediately took out a rotten wooden stopper, plugging up the mouth of the gourd. That battlefield was protected by an ancient formation, so he feared that he wouldn't be able to break in. In the golden desert, every grain of sand was like pure gold, glistening and dazzling. The blazing heat was difficult to resist. In the past, Japan was a primitive ancient forest, but now, it became a land of death. Scorching heat, and death became eternal themes. 2 deity-like ancient creatures walked out from the ancient ship. One was tall and straight, extremely robust. He had a head of thick golden hair, as well as a pair of golden ancestral dragon horns. His heroic appearance was intimidating. Apart from that pair of dragon horns, he wasn't much different from a human. He was extremely terrifying, making others tremble. This was an extremely powerful existence, his bloodline noble, making even the human race's great figures couldn't help but kneel down. The powerful aura made every inch of one's flesh tremble uncontrollably, as if they wanted to worship a deity. This was precisely the archaic great sage. The other ancient creature was similarly intimidating. He had a head of silver hair that reached his waist, shining like a mirror. His face looked like it was carved out of marble, sharp and clear, snow-white like jade. On his forehead was a rhombus white scale that could vaguely open and close. It contained terrifying divine light, as if it could pierce through the 3 realms and 6 Tao. Just the strand of aura that seeped out made one unable to stand still, about to fall weak onto the ground. It was precisely these 2 powerful ancient creatures that appeared at the same time. It really was a bit horrifying. Every single one of them was terrifying, as if heaven-shaking gods and devils descended into this world. The 2 of them were cold and emotionless, without the slightest fluctuation of emotions. They immediately took action against the old lunatic, contending against the 6 Tao reincarnation's fist. This was no different from the creation of heaven and earth. What primordial light, primordial natural laws. They all descended, creating a hazy expanse. One could clearly see streaks of great black rifts appear in the sky. That was the refinement of the dimensional space, becoming a part of the divine laws and order for them to use. There were several dozen ancient kings inside the ancient ship. They gave all of their spiritual essence to these two great sage, allowing them to reconstruct their past unmatched glory. They were naturally terrifying to the extreme. Chi! A casual attack obliterated the void. A finger pointed out, and a great collapse occurred. Even primal chaos was produced, wishing to refine the young lunatic alive. Two great sage took action at the same time. Since ancient times, how many people could face them? This was an unmatched power. Normally, only those who had verified the Tao dared provoke them, or else they would undoubtedly die. They were the most terrifying existences born from the myriad races. Only 3 of them had come from the 3 ancient lands, so one could imagine how difficult it was to cultivate. However, the crazy young man in the field was extremely powerful. He had mastered the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. If it had been another human saint, he would have been beaten to death. It had to be said that once the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was mastered, it would be invincible in the heavens and earth. The young man's thick black hair danced in the wind, and he was like a god. His movements were bold and powerful, as if he was going to smash down the stars in the sky. Every single fist was heaven and earth tyrannical, as if they could destroy all of the heavens and earth. Since ancient times, there had never been anyone who could master the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Once this fist technique was mastered, any magical treasures or weapons would no longer be needed. They would all be crushed. Pooh! The blonde great sage's dragon horns shot out 2 beams of blazing divine light. They tore through the firmament and broke through the crazy owl's torrential astral energy. Blood splashed everywhere, and one of his arms was almost chopped off. The saint's blood surged, and white bones were everywhere. It was an extremely bitter scene, but the crazy owl didn't even frown. His fists became even more intimidating as they closed in. Wang! The void trembled. The other great sage's silver hair danced about chaotically. The rhombus scale between his brows opened up, revealing an incomparably dark hole. A dragon-shaped beam of white radiance shot out from it. Pooh! A beam of bloody light flickered, and the young lunatic owl's heart was pierced. His heart blood rushed into the sky, turning into a bloody wave. It was extremely beautiful and dazzling. Everyone's hearts sank. They were incomparably afraid. These 2 great sage were too powerful. This kind of attack was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. It was enough to sink a continent and blast down the stars in the sky. No matter how powerful the young lunatic owl was, he couldn't withstand such an attack. The power of the divine laws contained within could endlessly destroy vitality. However, the young man's heart blood was pumped out, but he didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. His will to fight went berserk. He didn't care about the exposed bones and the splattering blood. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist increased. Roar! The black-haired young man roared. The mountains and the earth were shaking. Even with the protection of the ancient formation, the desert was still boiling. The sand waves rose and fell like raging waves. The sand waves hit high into the sky and covered the sun. Bang! The crazy owl's fist intent was invincible. He punched out with both fists. The moment his chest was almost cut open, he punched the 2 great sages' bodies. Golden blood splattered everywhere, and white demonic blood rushed up, cutting open the void. It was extremely terrifying. The 2 great sages' bodies were almost smashed to pieces. Half of one's body was almost torn off, while the other's sternum was smashed, and his internal organs were turned into meat paste. Bang! This was a fierce battle. Both sides didn't hold anything back. They wanted to kill the enemy in one blow. The sacred sound of the great path reverberated, and 3,000 laws fell. This was the power of the great sage. Without the protection of the ancient formation, a battle of this level could destroy a large region and sink a continent. Swoosh! Suddenly, a radiance flashed in the hand of one of the immemorial great sage, and a treasure tree appeared. There were 7 small branches on it, each with different colors. A terrifying aura was emitted, as if the world of gods was descending, suppressing the mortal world. He waved his hand forcefully, and a 7-colored light flew out, blocking the young lunatic's fist and resisting the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. His own attack landed, and a large amount of blood splattered. There was a terrible wound on the old lunatic's body, revealing his white bones. Although his flesh was immortal, it was still corroded by the laws of the Great Path, and it was difficult to heal. The undying tree. Yi Fan was astonished. This was one of the truly unrivaled holy weapons. It was a legendary supreme weapon that was extremely difficult to nurture. However, once it took form, it was a peerless combination of attack and defense. With it in hand, one could sweep through the heavens above and earth below. Unless the great ancient emperors took action, nothing could harm them. Fortunately, the seventh branch is flawed, and the brilliance of the leaves isn't obvious. Otherwise, the old lunatic might not have been able to block it. Yi Fan's heart palpitated, and he released a breath of relief. There really is something like the undying tree in this world. The other sect master-level figures were also horrified. Chang! The silver hair of the other immemorial great sage flew up. The rhombus scale on his forehead fell off, turning into the size of a millstone. It hacked down from the heavens, and in an instant, it spun and hacked down. This strike was extremely powerful. When it collided with the old lunatic's fist, a bloody gash appeared, revealing his white fingerbone. It even flew up and hacked at the old lunatic's shoulder, almost cutting off an arm. The silver-colored scale that was the size of a millstone was a true world-shocking sacred weapon. It had accompanied this great sage for life and had been refined for his entire life. A deity had long since been born within it, and its might wasn't inferior to the undying tree. If the old lunatic hadn't practiced the 6 Tao reincarnation fist, it wouldn't have been as simple as a wound on his palm bone. He would have turned into ashes on the spot. Even so, after the collision, the scale grazed his shoulder and almost cut off an arm. It was now dripping with blood. This wasn't an ordinary wound. It contained the laws of the gods and could destroy a saint's vitality. In the worst-case scenario, both his body and soul would be destroyed. In the rear, all the humans were trembling with fear. The old lunatic was at a disadvantage. These were two immemorial great sages, each with a peerless holy weapon. Who could resist them? Great Sage was a supreme title. Countless years ago, only a few people came from different ancient star regions, and 3 of them were great sages. This was a great crisis. The great sage of the immemorial era had taken action with unparalleled power to destroy everything. 6 Tao Reincarnation Fist, shouted the old lunatic. This was the first time he had shouted out this fist technique. In an instant, 6 ancient worlds appeared and circulated there. 6 worlds were created, and the 6 paths rotated. Endless reincarnation was formed. 6 giant fists descended from the 6 ancient worlds. Boom! The invincible 6 Tao reincarnation fist shook the undying tree until its radiance dimmed. The rhombus divine light piece spun in reverse, and the 6 realms of reincarnation smashed down one after another. The power was shocking. The 2 great sages were gravely injured. Many of their bones were broken. Golden blood and white saint blood splattered everywhere, shattering the vast sky. Their bodies were almost rotten. One could imagine how terrifying this fist technique was. However, at the same time, the old lunatic was also injured. The undying tree shot out 3 beams of divine light, and the silver great sage's forehead was pierced by a dragon-shaped divine radiance that almost cut him in half. The 3 of them were flung away. The impact of this confrontation was too terrifying. Even the divine formation outside was shaken to the point where a crack appeared. Suddenly, the dying Thousand Arms demon attacked. He turned into a black light and pounced at the flying old lunatic, intending to crush him. He had been waiting for a long time. He wanted to kill in one strike. The young lunatic was incomparably crazy. Ignoring the injuries on his body, he forcibly gathered a mouthful of origin energy and charged forward. Saint blood gushed out from the wounds on his body, and his bones creaked. Tut! He shouted with all his strength. This was the rumbling of his innate origin energy, which dissolved the killing blow. The sound wave condensed into the heavenly sacred sound. Tens of thousands of divine chains could be seen interweaving. This was the most primitive order of the gods. The already wounded Thousand Arms demon could no longer resist. Cracks appeared on his Yuan Shen, and his body shook violently. Crazy Ol's eyes were filled with crazed killing intent. He pounced forward and grabbed the great sage. He raised his hands above his head and pulled forcefully. Blood splattered everywhere. The Thousand Arms demon was torn in half. The cracked Yuan Shen wanted to escape, but it was shattered by the young lunatic's roar. It no longer existed. Everyone was incomparably shocked. This was an immemorial great sage, but he was killed just like that. Since the ancient times, how many people could do this? Danger! At this moment, everyone's expression changed, and they almost cried out. The other two great sages rushed to the front. These two people were not injured much. They almost rushed to the front of the crazy owl and wanted to kill him under the supreme sacred weapon. These two ancient creatures were not like the Thousand Arms demon. When they appeared, their yuan qi had recovered, and they were not in a weakened state. Even if they were injured, it was not a big deal. At this critical moment, people heard a mysterious incantation. An ancient universe rushed out from a black gourd, condensed into a Dao sword, and flew out. It entered the ancient formation through the crack created by the battle just now. With a piffed sound, it slashed at the neck of the blonde great sage, decapitating him. Boom! The crazy owl threw away the Thousand Arms demon's corpse and faced the silver-haired great sage, blocking the heaven-defying strike. At the same time, he took a step towards the other great sage, almost crushing the headless body. Chapter 704. Everything happened too fast, and no one could react in time. The archaic great sage with long golden hair and a pair of dragon horns was beheaded and his torso trampled by the old lunatic. The 7 branches of the undying wondrous tree trembled like 7 heavenly divine trees. They grew frantically, their roots piercing through the universe. The leaves rustled as tens of thousands of divine lights descended, submerging the old lunatic and blocking his incisive attacks. Meanwhile, the silver-haired great sage roared. With a turn of his hand, heaven and earth were overturned. Primal chaos surged, and nothing could be seen anymore. This was a battle between 2 great sages. Even those who had cultivated the heavenly eye couldn't see through it. This place was covered by the light of primal chaos and turned into a land of primal chaos. Finally, when the world became clear again, the horned great sage reconstructed his body, but his vitality was clearly greatly injured. The undying wondrous tree in his hand was trembling slightly. Meanwhile, the silver-haired great sage's expression was grave. The black hole on his forehead took in and spat out silver radiance, and the rhombus-shaped divine light was bobbing up and down. The young lunatic's body was covered in blood, and his injuries weren't light either. His white bones were exposed in many places, but his fighting spirit and murderous intent didn't decrease at all. It had to be said that the 2 archaic great sages were extremely terrifying. They could even injure the matchless old lunatic to this extent. They had been asleep for too long. Even though they had obtained essence energy from hundreds of thousands of li around them, they were still far from the standard of billions of humans. At this moment, they felt restraining fear. Even though they could temporarily display their former glory, they couldn't do so for long. Connecting heaven divine path. One of them shouted. He used his supreme magical power to forcefully open the ancient formation laid down by the old lunatic. He wanted to devour the essence energy of the outside world and plunder the life source of other creatures. A streak of heavenly light shot towards the heavens, wanting to break through the restraints and break through the obstruction. Meanwhile, the other great sage with dragon horns shot a cold glance in Yifan's direction. He stared fixedly at the black gourd in his hand, his heart greatly shaken. After that, he held the wondrous tree of immortality in his hand to stop the madman from attacking him and buy time for his companions. A great battle erupted. The archaic great sage faced off against the matchless figure of the human race. The undying wondrous tree brushed past, and millions of divine lights shot out, changing heaven and earth. The young madman's black hair stood up, blood flowed all over his body. The 6 Paths reincarnation fist was even more terrifying, it had reached the peak of perfection. Ah! He let out a great roar, and the 6 ancient worlds appeared once again. They were his supreme fist intent, representing the 6 Daos and turning into an eternal cycle of reincarnation. He didn't have any weapons, but he surpassed world-shocking holy weapons. His fists could shatter the universe and heaven, and no one could face him head-on. When the 6 Paths of Reincarnation fist was unleashed, 6 ancient realms appeared at the same time. Even the immemorial great sage, who had the undying wondrous tree in his hand, felt that it was too much for him to handle. He disregarded the consequences and unleashed his potential to resist this attack. Golden blood splattered everywhere. His body that had just reassembled cracked again, and a terrifying crack appeared between his brows. Even the undying wondrous tree had dimmed quite a bit. One could well imagine how terrifying the young madman's fist intent was. It could shatter space and collapse heaven and earth. Nothing could stop it. However, the immemorial great sage's methods were heaven-defying. He possessed an undying divine Tao force. Even though he himself was injured, he also left a gaping wound on the black-haired youth's chest. However, the young madman became more and more courageous the more he fought. He seemed like he was going to suppress the golden-haired great sage to death by himself as he continuously attacked. Pang! Finally, the other silver-haired great sage who was trying his best to break through the ancient formation took action. He didn't want his companion to suffer a great disaster. Just now, the death of the thousand-armed god-fiend was an immeasurable loss to them. A great saint of the primordial era, who possessed heaven-defying strength, died here just because he hadn't recovered. It was truly unjust. Ah! The two great sages roared, both displaying their trump cards. They held unmatched holy weapons in their hands, summoning the natural laws of heaven and earth to attack the old madman. This was a great battle that shook the entire Ziwei ancient star region. It was rare to see something like this since ancient times. At the same time, the purple-bronze ancient ship trembled. 6 archaic kings walked out in succession, each of them incomparably old with snow-white hair and wrinkled skin. In the distance, the expressions of all the human experts changed. They were close to despair. The two immemorial great sage already possessed heaven-defying divine abilities. They were invincible and invincible. Now, 6 more ancient kings appeared. How could they even fight? The archaic kings were all saint-level experts with heaven-defying magical power. Even though there was still a gap between them and the great sage, they couldn't contend against them. This was a situation of certain death. Even though the old madman's cultivation was heaven-defying, he still hadn't proven his Tao. How could one person fight against so many people? Everyone was in despair. Even though the young madman was invincible, he couldn't fight against so many people. This was truly a terrible situation. Everyone's only hope was that these archaic kings were too weak to fight an intense battle. Otherwise, there would be over 100 million corpses on Ziwei Ancient Star, and blood would dye the earth red. The great battle had erupted. The old madman was surrounded by the 2 great sage and 6 archaic kings. His body was covered in wounds, but he didn't retreat a single step. This was a world-shocking battle. The young madman had gone berserk. His eyes were terrifying, and his black hair danced in the wind. Under the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, there was no power that could withstand it. He also suffered grievous injuries, but even under such circumstances, he still managed to snatch a holy sword and cut that person in half, destroying his primordial spirit. Boom! The old madman's back took a solid blow, and a fist-sized bloody hole appeared. This was done by the silver-haired great sage himself. However, the young madman also went berserk because of this. His murderous intent was boundless. He rushed forward and crushed the head of one of the ancient kings, turning his primordial spirit into ashes. This battle between saints was exceptionally bitter. It was a battle of life and death. There wasn't the slightest bit of luck. Saint blood flew everywhere, and the supreme experts were exhausted. You don't have a chance. Even though you're the great sage, do you think you can defeat all of us? An ancient king sneered cruelly. He was incomparably old, and the passage of time had almost exhausted his lifespan. However, at this moment, he forcefully gathered his essence and had the power to fight. The archaic great sage, with long golden hair and the horns of the ancestral dragon, wiped the golden blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Even if you die like this, you won't feel wronged." The young madman's eyes were sharp. Without saying a word, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist combined the 6 ancient worlds into one and smashed forward with supreme divine might. Bang! The undying tree was almost broken. The archaic great sage's body trembled violently as the 6 invisible fist imprints branded on his body. His limbs and bones cracked incessantly, and many of his bones were broken. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and the golden blood continuously collapsed the void. Even his forehead had 6 terrifying bloody scars. This was the divine might of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. However, the old madman also paid a disastrous price. Another silver-haired great sage held a millstone-sized rhombus-shaped divine light shard in his hand, and it almost cut off his shoulder diagonally. Saint blood splashed everywhere. At the same time, The undying tree cut open a large wound on his body that almost exposed his internal organs. Even his bones had been cut open. Apart from this, an archaic ancestral king held a bloody spear in his hand. It pierced through his chest and shattered a large portion of his internal organs. However, the young madman didn't even frown. He fiercely twisted his body and forcibly broke this bloody spear. The moment he turned around, he pulled out the broken spear and stabbed it into the archaic ancestral king's forehead. Purple blood gushed out as the broken spear pierced through the forehead and came out from the back of his brain. Even his primordial spirit had been nailed to pieces. It was an incomparably bloody scene as the corpse fell to the ground. The young madman's body was covered in wounds, and many places were punctured. However, he had still killed 3 ancient kings and inflicted heavy injuries on the 2 great sage. However, could this situation continue? He was fighting with his life on the line, and his whole body was covered in blood. "Senior!" Yi Fan shouted through his divine will. He took out the black gourd and sent it into the ancient formation through the crack, sending it to the old madman to kill the enemies. He didn't know the level of the black gourd, but he guessed that it must have a great origin. Otherwise, why would the archaic great sage be so shocked after seeing it? He could only use it once to cut off the ancient king's heads. If it was in the hands of the young madman, perhaps it would be even more powerful. The 2 great sage and the 3 ancient kings all grabbed at the black gourd, wanting to stop it midway. However, the old madman's 6 paths of reincarnation fist was too terrifying. He used the 6 ancient worlds to break through the road ahead and was the first to arrive. He endured the 2 great sages' heavy injuries and grabbed the black gourd. Then, the black gourd erupted with radiance and released streaks of black light, suspending above his head. It was incomparably terrifying, as if an ancient universe was evolving. However, the 2 archaic great sage sneered coldly. One of them said, "So it was already damaged. I was wondering how it could appear in this world." It disappeared after the legendary great battle. Everyone thought it was destroyed, but who would have thought that we would see it today? But it's already greatly damaged. In the distance, Yi Fan's expression changed. It was still a damaged weapon after all. The young madman was in danger. Dong! At this time, the violet copper warship shook and 8 archaic ancestral kings walked out. This part of the world seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Even though they were incomparably old, wrinkled, and near the end of their lives, they still had the strength to fight. They had temporarily recovered their former glory. Even if each of them could only fight for a few minutes, the 8 more sages were enough to destroy the invincible masters of their generation. Everyone was in complete despair. How could they fight? How could the raging black-haired youth break out of this hopeless situation? "You haven't recovered yet. It's not worth it to exchange a life for a life. Break through the ancient formation and fight in the outer realm. I have a way to eliminate him," the horned archaic great sage said coldly. With a loud noise, the entire golden desert trembled violently. Then, an aura that could shatter one's primordial spirit spread out for hundreds of thousands of miles. The violet copper warship was incomparably huge. It stood there like a purple demonic stone. It seemed to have a life of its own as it breathed in and out the essence of the world. Each time it breathed out, it would swallow the entire world. Black abysses extended in the void and gathered towards the violet copper warship. It was like a terrifying demonic cave. At this time, it began to rise from the ground and fly out of the ancient life star. "Saint of the human race, you are very powerful, but you will die no matter where you go unless the ancient holy emperor comes back to life to save you," the silver-haired great sage said mercilessly. The young madman didn't stop the ancient ship from leaving. His body was covered in injuries, but his eyes were cold and fearless. He said, "Even if I die in the outer realm, the ancient kings on this ship will dye the sky with their blood. All of them will fall." The violet copper warship rose from the ground. Saint blood scattered everywhere. All the human cultivators looked up. This might be the last time they would see the human race's saint. Chapter 705. The violet copper warship rose into the air along with the divine formation carved by the young madman. The corpses of the great sage and a few ancient kings were also there. They would go to space and leave the Z-Way ancient star region to enter the universe for the final battle. The human cultivators were all shocked as they watched the ancient ship rise higher and higher. Everyone felt a chill from head to toe. Who could break out of this situation? Who could help the human saint? They felt how insignificant they were. How could they be of any help at all? How many people had reached this level since ancient times? Compared to them, they were like ants. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go to the immortal ancient land to borrow the extreme path imperial weapon. Do you want to watch a calamity descend? Shouted Yi Fan. The old madman was powerful and unrivaled, but facing so many ancient kings alone, he would definitely die. That was a path of no return. If he went to outer space, he would most likely dye the sky with saint blood and shatter the star region. He was incomparably worried that he would die because of this. At this time, many people looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. No one replied, and no one went to take the extreme path imperial weapon. They all looked at him in confusion. What's wrong with you all? Don't tell me that the Grand Ziwei ancient star region doesn't have imperial weapons. Yi Fan was anxious. Time was of the essence. They couldn't waste even a second. Are you still a person of this world? Finally, someone couldn't help but ask. The imperial weapons disappeared with the ancient emperors. Don't you know this? What? Yi Fan was shaken. What was going on? He couldn't understand. What had happened in the Ziwei ancient star region? This was a place where countless legends had been born. It was an ancient source of life with too many secrets. It was the legendary central ancient emperor star. The violet copper warship rumbled and tore through the sky. It could no longer be stopped. It rose higher and higher, ancient formations sealing all directions. Corpses floated in the air. It was incomparably strange and terrifying. The ancient ship was engraved with the figures of the 10,000 ancient races. Among them were their ancient emperors, as well as their great sage. There were also many strange patterns: flowers, birds, fish, insects, cauldrons, towers, mirrors, and everything else. The violet copper warship hadn't even left, but a great battle had already broken out. The crazy young man was invincible, and he took the initiative to attack. Going to the outer space was a path of no return for him, but he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. He opened up the 6 great ancient worlds with the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. 2 great sage of the primordial era and more than 10 sage-level ancestral kings were attacking together. What kind of power was this? At this moment, they were all attacking the same point. Even the greatest hero would tremble, unable to resist. The young madman was indeed very strong, but facing so many saints, he was not their match. These people were very weak, but they could still unleash a few attacks with all their strength. The 6 ancient worlds created by the 6 paths of reincarnation fist were penetrated by a dozen or so weapons. Then, they were shattered and quickly collapsed. The human cultivators practically closed their eyes. How were they supposed to dodge? How were they supposed to resist? There was simply no way to face this. So what if it was the great sage? If he took on this attack, he would still be turned to ashes. It could be clearly seen that more than a dozen weapons had arrived on the surface of the young madman's body. They swallowed the divine laws of the heavens and were about to disintegrate him. The power of the old madman's fist was matchless. Although it had shattered a few weapons, it couldn't completely dissolve them. People almost couldn't bear to watch anymore. They hadn't even reached the outer space, but the human saints were already dying here? Senior! Shouted Yi Fan. He really couldn't bear to see the horrifying scene of the old madman splattering blood in the sky. His heart was pounding and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The others also felt cold. If the old madman died, what would the Ziwei ancient star region become? They didn't dare to imagine. Many people closed their eyes, unable to witness the scene of the saint's blood. However, at this moment, the primordial ancestral king cried out in alarm. Even the 2 great sage let out a cry of surprise. An incredible scene had happened. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. All the weapons swallowed the divine laws of the heavens and almost touched the old madman's body, but they all stopped. It was very short. In just an instant, time and space froze. The young madman took advantage of this moment to avoid certain death. What happened? What's going on? Even the primordial ancestral kings were shaken. The 2 primordial great sage were greatly shaken and revealed a look of astonishment. The young madman broke free from the hopeless situation. He avoided all the weapons and divine laws. Like a fish swimming in the outside world, he leaped up and turned into a Kuan Peng. He waved his fists and struck out with the divine power of 6 paths of reincarnation. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. An primordial ancestral king's head was smashed into paste. Gray blood flew more than 10 meters into the air. His other hand opened the top of an ancient king's head, grabbed his primordial spirit, and crushed it to ashes. Many people didn't understand. Only the two primordial great sage were shocked. They clearly understood what it was. One of them said in a deep voice, "The power of time." Another great sage chimed in, "Although we've only touched a little bit, it's indeed time that changes at an extreme speed." In the distance, Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil. He also understood that it was the Xing formula. When it reached the extreme realm, it would sublimate and peek into the mysteries of time. The Xing formula of the 9 secrets was indeed terrifying. The old madman's attainments had reached great heights. He had already touched the edge of time. Yi Fan couldn't calm down. He and the old madman had obtained the perfect Xing formula at the sacred cliff. Naturally, he understood the divine principles contained within. Now that he saw such a heaven-defying method, he was incomparably excited. The Xing formula originated from the ancient divine court of assassins, the celestial court. In the past, an old saint had an incomparably fortuitous encounter and obtained an immortal divine medicine. He lived for 2 lifetimes before cultivating the domain of time. As for the others, they couldn't even touch that supreme forbidden area and had no hope of cultivating it. But now, the young madman actually displayed such a side. The complicated divine laws he had peeked into were enough to prove his supreme aptitude. Touching the order of time is just so. You are not invincible. I can kill you in the outer realm, said the silver-haired great sage coldly. The war started again. Even though the old madman had the Xing formula and the peerless 6 paths of reincarnation fist, he still suffered several heavy injuries. Of course, the enemy also suffered great losses. Senior. Yi Fan saw the old madman's blood splattering the sky. He racked his brains and finally activated a large piece of divine source from the cauldron of myriad qi. It was a large piece of source that emitted dazzling divine light. Inside it was an extremely frightening skinny old man. He wore a battlesuit made of animal skin and held a shiny white bone club in his arms. His hair was disheveled and his limbs were bound by red iron chains. He was like an ancient ferocious beast. Just the aura he emitted could shatter one's primordial spirit. It was unbearable. Yi Fan transmitted his voice to the old madman and told him everything. He pushed the divine source out and wanted it to enter the gap of the divine formation to explode. I don't know if it's good or bad. This immemorial saint cultivated the extreme yin and extreme yang at the same time and turned himself into a demon. He might even attack the old madman. Yi Fan was very worried. God knows what would happen if he released this ancient demon. What, it's him? He's still in this world. Back then, he killed several ancient kings and a great sage. It really is an ancient demon. Wasn't he suppressed to death by the nest of 10,000 dragons and the Valley of Gods? How can he still be alive in the future? The ancient kings from the Big Dipper starfield were all shocked. They recognized the old man sealed in the divine source and remembered a terrifying past. "Don't let him in, don't let him break the seal," shouted the horned great sage. He didn't want any unforeseen events to happen. Many ancient kings worked together to seal the gap. They didn't want this terrifying demon to come in. At this time, the young madman made his move. A black moon divine talisman appeared between his brows. The great Yin Saint force circulated and attracted the divine source. Boom! Within the divine source block, the withered ancient saint rushed out with an incomparably violent aura. A dazzling light shot out from between his brows. It was like a sun, but also like a divine moon, bursting with destructive light. He was like a ferocious beast released from its cage. He gathered a murderous intent and forced it into the body of an ancient king. Ah! That ancient king screamed. His primordial spirit was almost sucked out. Many cracks appeared on his body, and blood flowed out. Quick, don't let him in. We can't let him wake up. This was a great sage. And now, although he was sealed, he was not injured at all. He was lying dormant in the divine source. Once he came out, he would definitely be a great killing disaster. All the ancient kings attacked together. If they were at their peak, they would not be afraid. After all, they had 2 great sage on their side. But now they were all extremely weak. More than a dozen beams of light shot out and completely sealed the seal wager. The young madman had no other choice. He couldn't stop everyone alone. The violet copper warship quickly rose into the sky. The divine source block with the ancient saint sealed in it was shot down, and it was getting farther and farther away. Yi Fan was anxious, but he could do nothing to change anything. He watched as the violet copper warship entered the clouds and rushed towards the outer realm battlefield. "Senior!" Yi Fan shouted. He thought hard and felt that only the secret of all could be useful, so he transmitted it into the sky. Apart from this secret, the other 9 secrets were very complicated. They needed to be comprehended and spent a lot of time to learn. Only this secret was very short. It could be cultivated quickly, and it could multiply one's combat power. The only thing he was worried about was that the old madman had touched the 8-limit domain. This secret would be ineffective, and he could only use the supreme divine power of this secret if he broke through his own shackles. The moment Yi Fan transmitted the secret of all, the old madman also sent a divine will into his heart, which made him tremble. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. This terrifying fist technique was the most suitable for Yi Fan, who had an unparalleled body. In the future, he would definitely be able to soar like a dragon. Don't let it be lost. The young madman's eyes were cold as he confronted the ancient kings. This was the last imprint he left behind, as if he was making arrangements for his death. Then, he and the ancient saints disappeared into outer space. "Big brother crazy ol'!" Yi Fan shouted. This trip to the outer realm was a dead end. There was no hope of survival. People knew that this might be the last time they would see the great sage of the human race. That resolute face, that indomitable spirit, and that figure that would never return had left an indelible impression on the world. The old madman fought the saints alone and went to the outer realm alone. Even if he died, he would kill all the ancient kings on the ancient ship. The old madman's words were domineering and powerful. It seemed to still be echoing in people's ears. This was a legend of the saints. It did not appear in the world, and it was only a flash in the pan. But now it was extinct. A few days later, a purple bronze fragment from the depths of outer space, stained with the saint blood of the human race, fell on the land of the Ziwei ancient domain. It told the story of an earth-shattering battle. Since then, the saints did not appear, and the ancient great sage did not descend. The ancient kings all disappeared, and the great sage of the human race never appeared again. For the Ziwei ancient domain, the human saints stained the outer realm with their blood. Many people cried. Chapter 706. In the pure land of the Xuandu cave, purple rocks stood tall and the cliffs were smooth. Dragon grass grew, ginseng spat out auspicious energy. Qilin lay alone under the green rocks, and silver chains hung down. Spiritual birds danced in the air, and the fragrance of old medicine filled the air. On this day, the 8 Visions Palace that had not appeared in the world for a long time suddenly appeared in the Tai Ching sacred realm. The purple tiles flowed with light, and the ancient hall was hazy. It seemed to be located outside the 33rd level of heaven. An ordinary-looking, short, and ordinary man walked out. The corners of his eyes and the tips of his brows were somewhat similar to the dead Yin Tianji. He sighed softly and stood in front of the 8 Visions Palace in the Tai Ching sacred realm, staring at the broken mountain outside the Xuandu cave. "Tianji is dead. I've spoiled you rotten. You're arrogant and domineering. I knew that you would suffer a great loss sooner or later, but I didn't expect this to be a death parting." At this point, his eyes suddenly became sharp. The calmness from before was swept away, and like 2 divine lamps, they shot out 2 divine beams that were dozens of miles long. At the same time, a vast purple aura soared into the sky. He was enveloped by the endless purple aura, and like a saint, he was unfathomable. Tianji was wrong, but he's my brother after all. I can't let him die in vain. His words were calm, but it was quite shocking. It could be heard in the vast wilderness, and who knew how many miles it had traveled. On this day, the master of the 8 Visions Palace, Yin Tianda, appeared and only said one sentence. He wanted to kill a person, and a scroll appeared. That was all, but it shocked everyone. Yin Tianda was a mysterious and powerful young expert. 10 years ago, he had already defeated the various sect masters, and no one knew his background. In the same year, he entered the 8 Visions Palace that had been sealed for a long time and became the master of the Tai Ching sacred realm, shocking the world. 2,000 years ago, an old Taoist riding an ox came through the starry sky, opened up the Xuandu cave, and built the 8 Visions Palace. This place became a divine land, and no one knew how powerful the person called Laozi was. In the end, he disappeared, leaving behind an empty mystic realm. Many people had tried to find him, but they all returned empty-handed. In the end, Xianxia, who had defeated the various sect masters, carried the fate of the world and entered the Eight Visions Palace. 10 years had passed, and people no longer knew how powerful this young man, who had risen like a legendary emperor, was. And now, he came out of seclusion and only said that he wanted to kill a person. This naturally attracted the attention of everyone. However, he didn't personally come out, and he went into closed-door cultivation once more. His cultivation had reached an extremely critical period, and he didn't want to waste a single moment. However, since he had already spoken like this, there would definitely be people who would act for him. His rise to power was unstoppable, and there were a few great powers who were on good terms with him. He didn't even need to act to accomplish all of this. Everyone knew that the young man in the painting was in danger. He would most likely be beheaded before Xianxia came out of seclusion. What a powerful aura! With a single word, the entire area trembled. Is it comparable to the power of a saint? Yifan sneered. It had been a month since the battle between the sages. The ancient ship had never returned, and only a piece of purple bronze stained with the blood of the sages fell to the ground. After that battle, the human race's great sage, Crazy Ol, never appeared again. Yifan looked up at the sky and sighed. He knew that it was a bloody ending. Crazy Ol didn't let a primordial ancestor king return. He used his blood to spill across the sky in exchange for the human race's peace. However, it was difficult for people to see him again. The death of the sages was like a song of sorrow. However, time could erase everything. Only a month had passed, and the land had calmed down again. During this month, Yifan walked the land to understand this world, and he also inquired about the Eight Visions Palace of the Xuandu Cave of the Taiqing Holy Land. He finally had a certain understanding. During this period, he also did his best to refine a dried-up divine source shell. He didn't want a disaster to happen in the future. A few years ago, after he entered the starry sky from the primordial altar of the Northern Dipper ancient region, he had brought out a dragon-headed corpse when he first encountered the purple bronze warship. Now that he thought about it, the primordial king was not dead at all. However, his life force was dried up beyond recognition, and he only had one last trace of life force left. This was a great disaster. Once he was given a chance and replenished with essence qi, he would most likely recover in the future. However, what made him feel slightly at ease was that the primordial king couldn't actively absorb life essence qi. As long as he suppressed it well, he shouldn't be able to revive. During this month, he cultivated while using the battle's sacred art to form a black hole. He swallowed the divine source shell and seized the last trace of life force within it. He wanted to make it impossible for the sage to revive. 10 years ago, Xianxia defeated all the sect masters and then obtained the inheritance of the Eight Visions Palace of the Taiqing Holy Land. I wonder how powerful he is now. That person killed his brother. Did he have a death wish? He even dared to provoke the master of the Xuandu cave. I can't understand. Many people were discussing this matter in the Luzhou of the Ziwei ancient star region and expressed different opinions. Yifan hadn't been in the Ziwei ancient star region for long, but his appearance quickly spread throughout the continent. He didn't fight an illustrious battle, but he had become a famous figure. Of course, it wasn't some radiance. Many people felt that he was a dead man. Offending the Luzhou's pride of a generation, Xianxia, was almost equivalent to dying. How majestic! Yifan wasn't in a good mood. The old madman's blood dyed the sky. This was a predestined ending, and it was difficult for him to calm down. He had paid such a price for this ancient star. He had also put in some effort, but he didn't expect to have enmity with a powerful figure. The others also wanted to kill him. Of course, not many people had seen Yifan in that battle. Only some people from Tianyuan City had followed. They saw the might of the sage and paid attention to Yifan. He looks familiar. When the great sage of the human race fought against the primordial ancestor king, this young man took action and gave him the black gourd. It looks like him. He does look similar. A few sect masters in Tianyuan City were astonished. The person Xianxia wanted to kill had been drawn into a picture scroll and was almost the same as the young man they had seen that day. They had doubts, but they couldn't change anything. Most people in the other regions of Luzhou didn't know. They were all watching quietly. Xianxia has a few sworn brothers, and they're all extraordinary figures. One is the divine son of Taiyin Duanmu Ming, another is the sixth prince of the Golden Crow race of the Fusang Divine Tree Country, Lu Ya, and another is Taoist San Ke from the ancient Taoist temple of the Underworld Ridge. These people are all extraordinary heroes. Since Xianxia is in seclusion and can't do anything, they'll most likely kill that young man on his behalf. People discussed in awe. The divine son of Taiyin Duanmu Ming, the sixth prince of the Golden Crow race Lu Ya, and Taoist San Ke from the ancient Taoist temple of the Underworld Ridge were the elites of the Ziwei ancient star region. They lived in different continents and were famous all over the world. It's said that the sixth prince of the Golden Crow race Lu Ya will pass by Luzhou. Do you think he'll stop just to kill that young man? Taoist San Ke from the ancient Taoist temple of the Underworld Ridge will also come. It's said that he'll be escorting half a page of the mysterious scripture to the Human King Hall to exchange for the other half page. Will he attack when he passes by Luzhou? Yifan couldn't help but frown when he heard all this. Just from the names of those people, he knew that they must have great backgrounds. The crown prince of the Golden Crow race lived on the Fusang Divine Tree. Could he be from the race in the ancient legends? He shook his head and felt that it was unlikely. The Underworld Ridge was an ancient Taoist temple. How extraordinary could the half-page of the scripture be to be protected like this? To exchange it with the Human King Hall, could it be an immortal scripture? Although Yifan frowned, he didn't feel any fear. He was already a divine lord-level figure and cultivated the ancient scripture. His body was unparalleled. There was no need for him to live like this. Even if I'm stranded in the Ziwei ancient star region of the legends, I won't let anyone bully me. This ancient source of life didn't have an extreme emperor weapon, but it was extremely prosperous. There were ancient techniques from various sects that had been passed down for a long time. If one wanted to temper themselves, it was truly a divine place. After becoming a divine lord-level figure, what they feared the most was the deterrence of emperor weapons. Now that there was no such supreme saint weapon hanging over their heads, he could go anywhere in the world with the Xing word formula. The Ziwei ancient star region had been passed down in the Middle Country for a long time. There were many legends about it. Yifan guessed that there must be an ancient path that connected the two places. He wanted to find it. At the same time, he also had a guess. The Big Dipper star region didn't lack extreme emperor weapons. It was most likely related to the disappearance of emperor weapons in the Ziwei ancient star region, and even other ancient lands. The Big Dipper star region most likely has an unknown secret. Perhaps there is an ancient path that connects to that star region. Whether it was to return to his hometown or cross the Big Dipper star region, he might be able to find an ancient path on this ancient star. Celestial Wolf Mountain was an illustrious place. Since ancient times, 7 generations of celestial wolves had been born here. It was a holy land of the demon race. And now, the master of Celestial Wolf Mountain, the old wolf deity, was like the sun in the sky. He was unfathomable and had a great reputation in the Lu continent. On this day, he welcomed his 2800th birthday after taking human form. In the Lu continent, many great sects had come to offer their congratulations. There was no lack of sect masters among them. It was a rare occasion. Yifan also came. He gazed at the majestic celestial wolf mountain in the distance. Green energy surged, and at the same time, it was incomparably magnificent. Many thousand zhang tall waterfalls cascaded down, and ancient divine trees grew between the cliffs. Upon closer inspection, this ancient mountain was like a divine wolf howling at the moon. It stretched across the front and possessed a strand of immortal divine power. The enormous cliffs and valleys were like the mouth of a wolf, swallowing and spitting out essence. Today, there were many people coming in and out of the ancient celestial wolf mountain, and all of them came to offer their blessings to the old wolf god. They were all famous experts or rising stars of various races. Yifan ascended the heavenly stairway with the travel art. He ignored all kinds of ancient formations and passed through the danger zone step by step. He arrived in front of a grand villa. Even though he didn't have an invitation, the disciples of Celestial Wolf Mountain didn't dare to be neglectful because of this extreme art. They respectfully welcomed him inside. The old wolf deity who had taken human form for 2800 years had already made it clear that as long as there was no invitation, cultivators with tyrannical strength who entered on their own must be treated as esteemed guests. There are people from the Human King Palace as well. The old wolf deity has quite the face. There are peak characters from the palace who have come to congratulate him. Wrong. This is just in passing. They came to welcome Taoist Xianxia from the Underworld Ridge ancient Taoist temple in exchange for half a page of scripture. It's just an exchange of half a page of scripture. Yet these two great divine lands mustered such great forces and treated it so seriously. Could it be half a page of immortal scripture? Right at this time, several dazzling and resplendent streaks of true flames streaked across the sky. Several youngsters in golden feathered clothes descended. All of them had long golden hair as if they were cast from divine gold. Golden flames curled up around them, and even their pupils were golden in color. At this time, many people arrived in the villa. It was extremely lively, and many of them were great characters who looked down on a region. There was no lack of top sect masters. There was even less of a need to talk about the younger generation. They were all heroes from various clans, but at this time, their expressions all changed. Many people carefully dodged out of fear of colliding with these youngsters from the Golden Crow race. These are the Golden Crow race's 6th Prince Liu Ya's people. He really came. Is he going to stop at Lu Zhou to help his sworn brother Xianxia take action? Everyone felt a tense atmosphere. Everyone knew that Lu Zhou most likely wouldn't be peaceful. Swoosh! A Golden Crow race youngster opened a painting scroll and said, "Did this person come?" He asked the person beside him in a loud voice. It was precisely Yi Fan's painting scroll. "I didn't see him." Someone replied. They didn't want to meddle in this matter. "I knew he wouldn't dare come. Wherever the 6th prince goes, he can only retreat. Who dares face him head-on?" One of the Golden Crow race youngsters sneered arrogantly. Chapter 707. There were very few plants in the Celestial Wolf Ancient Mountain. Even if there were, they were only some ancient spiritual trees. This was an ancient stone mountain that swallowed the world's essence, gathered the essence of the divine moon, and absorbed the essence of the heavenly sun. In front of the villa, there were a few young men with long golden hair. All of them were tall and handsome, like golden men. Their golden pupils shot out the sun's true flames, flickering and threatening. The Golden Crow race was born with fire bodies. All of them were very powerful, and few people were willing to provoke them. They lived on the Fusang divine tree and swallowed the sun's essence. Each of them contained an incomparably tyrannical flame essence that could burn everything to ashes. However, this was the Celestial Wolf Villa, so they didn't dare to be rude. They only stood outside and had to follow the rules if they wanted to enter. "Has the 6th prince arrived?" a sect master asked. Although he was from the older generation, he knew how powerful Liu Ya was. "My master hasn't arrived yet. He has important matters to attend to, but the 9th prince will personally come to congratulate the old wolf god," a golden-haired young man replied. The Golden Crow race's 10 princes are all heaven-warping talents. Among them, Crown Prince Liu Ya is the best. A sect master praised. In the present age, the Golden Crow race was incomparably powerful and flourishing to the extreme. Each of the 10 princes was more terrifying than the last, and some of them could even kill a divine lord. The Golden Crow Crown Prince was one thing since he had cultivated for more than 40 years. But even his brothers were the same. Although the laws of the world had changed greatly during the Age of Chaos and the experts were far less numerous than before, the Golden Crow race was not one of them. They ushered in an unbelievable golden age. One clan had 10 princes, each of them intimidating the world. Wherever they went, everyone avoided them. The old king of the Golden Crow race had many children, but only those who had reached the Divine Lord level were qualified to be called princes. This was enough to explain everything. In the past, having 2 or 3 princes was already very powerful, but now there were 10 of them. Their flourishing momentum was evident. Yi Fan was listening in the distance. He was also astonished after hearing all of this. He felt that it was inconceivable and too surreal. A clan with 10 princes. No wonder even Liu Ya's subordinates came. Who would dare to provoke such an ancient race? "Is the 6th prince really going to help Xianxia?" a young man asked carefully. The master of the 8 Visions Temple is a heaven-bestowed talent. He could even sit and discuss the Tao with the old king of our tribe. He is a close friend of Crown Prince Liu Ya, so it is only natural for him to help. A young man from the Golden Crow tribe replied. When Xianxia was mentioned, there wasn't a single person who wouldn't shiver in fear. He was deep and immeasurable, and no sect was willing to provoke him. Otherwise, with the Golden Crow race's power, How could they possibly become friends with him? The Heavenly Wolf Villa was carved out of mountain rocks and had a special charm to it. There were many people entering and exiting the place. It was incomparably grand and occupied a vast area. When is the 9th prince coming? A sect master asked. Many people wanted to establish good relations with the powerful Golden Crow clan. My clan's 9th prince will probably arrive a bit later. He went to prepare a gift. Someone from the Golden Crow clan replied. You're too polite. It's good enough that the 9th prince is here. There's no need for all this. One of the old wolf deity's disciples came out and said with a smile. He was very polite to these people and ordered people to lead them in. The inside of the villa was simple and unadorned, but it wasn't simple and crude. The stone palace was grand and imposing, and the stone hall was enormous. Many people had arrived a long time ago, and they were all outstanding experts of their own regions. It wasn't strange to encounter a sect master or a genius with astonishing aptitude here. Suddenly, a youngster from the Golden Crow race saw the nearby Yifan and frowned. With a schwa sound, he unfurled the picture scroll in his hands. Quite similar. The corners of his eyes and the tips of his brows are almost the same. However, he doesn't look that down and out. A golden-haired youngster was astonished. Doesn't he know that the 6th prince is going to pass by Luzhou? He might appear in the Heavenly Wolf Mountain, yet he still dares to come here. Another person's golden pupils released 2 streaks of golden radiance. These people quickly walked over, arriving in front of Yifan, who had always kept a low profile and was enjoying the scenery and drinking tea in the corner of the courtyard. They stared at him. Who are you? What is your name? A golden-pupiled youngster asked with a heavy voice. Yifan gave them a look and said, I came here as a guest. Are you all the masters of this place? Are you interrogating a criminal? Humph. A golden crow snorted. A layer of golden aura appeared on his face as he approached Shermu. He stared at Shermu with an unfriendly expression. Another slightly older golden crow stopped him and asked politely, My friend, please forgive me. May I ask who you are? Yifan. Yifan put the teacup on the stone table and raised his head. His black hair scattered, revealing his true appearance. The young golden crows were so shocked that they all stepped back. It's you. How dare you come here? How dare you? The 6th prince is going to pass by. But you didn't hide. Instead, you came here in person. The golden crows immediately cried out, attracting the attention of many people, who looked over in surprise. Yifan slapped away a golden crow who was pointing at him. The golden crow's bones were broken and golden blood splashed everywhere. It was a frightening scene. I'm having tea here. How dare you come and disturb me? So noisy. Your 6th prince is passing by and you want me to leave? Who's the arrogant one? Yifan asked calmly. The golden crows had already turned into humans. They were all quite powerful, but their expressions were unsightly. They turned around and left without saying a word. They could see that this person was terrifying and not someone they could fight against. Even though they had forbidden weapons specially prepared for him, they weren't sure if they could defeat him. How can you just come and go as you please? Speak clearly. Yifan stood up. He took a step out, causing the entire garden to tremble. A barrier of light cut off their path. Don't go too far, shouted a golden crow, but he was quickly pulled back by the other golden crows, who told him to keep quiet. Yifan laughed and said, I'm going too far? Is it because your race is used to being domineering? You came to interrogate me for no reason and now you feel wronged? At this moment, many people were alarmed. They all rushed to the garden and watched from afar. There were many young talents and sect masters among them. What? He's the one who killed Yin Tianda's brother. It's him, that's right. He looks like the portrait. He even dared to kill the 8 Visions Temple Master's brother. What's his background? Everyone was surprised as they watched. Although the 8 Visions Temple Master hadn't come out in the past decade, he had been a force to be reckoned with. The Golden Crow tribe was incredibly powerful, yet the person in front of them dared to casually imprison them. With one look, it was clear that he was not someone who would be bullied. He must be extraordinary. People had a premonition that there would be a fierce battle in the future. The Lu continent might be in chaos because of this. Although Crown Prince Lu Ye didn't come, didn't he say that the 9th prince of the Golden Crow tribe will come to congratulate him? A great battle is about to begin. This person doesn't look like someone who would suffer a loss. He won't take it lying down. There might really be a battle. Yi Fan stood there alone. The golden crows from the dragon transformation realm couldn't move at all. They had been in human form for decades and were not weak, but they were powerless to resist. Friend, we may have offended you, but we didn't attack you. You shouldn't have done this at the old wolf deity's birthday banquet. A golden crow tried to calm himself down. Is that so? You came here with the scroll because you wanted your master to get rid of me. What's the difference? Yi Fan smiled indifferently. How dare you? The 9th prince will be here soon. Crown Prince Luya will also pass by. You won't be able to escape. Another golden crow shouted. Yi Fan didn't bother to say anything. He stomped on the golden crow's face and landed on the ground. The golden crow's bones were broken. Do you really want to stand against the golden crow clan and become a great enemy? Another golden crow shouted. Bang! This time, Yi Fan was more straightforward. He slapped the golden crow's head into his chest. The golden crow's mouth was blocked, and his eyes were still exposed. Whether you want to be enemies or not is your choice. It has nothing to do with me. Yi Fan sneered and said indifferently, Don't use the golden crow tribe to pressure me. It's nothing. If the descendants of ancient emperors come to bully me, I will do the same. Everyone was shocked. They stared at the scene. They didn't think that Yi Fan would dare to say such words. Presently, everyone knew that the Golden Crow clan's 10th prince had flourished until now, and he'd created an unprecedented grand occasion. Coupled with the experts of the senior generation, it was simply terrifying to the extreme. At this time, a disciple of the old wolf deity came. He was close to 30 years old and wore a green robe. He said calmly, Friend, please have mercy. Today is my master's birthday banquet. Don't cause trouble. This is the old wolf deity's last disciple. Rumor has it that his celestial wolf force has reached the level of perfection. Now, the younger generation of the celestial wolf mountain depends on him. In the future, he might be the successor of the celestial wolf bloodline. Many people were shocked. They didn't think that Lang Tianai would come and mediate in person. Fine, I'm not someone who likes to cause trouble. Then I'll spare their lives. Yi Fan said. Then he quickly made his move. A ray of golden light shot into their bodies, and cracking sounds could be heard. You crippled us? You are making the entire Golden Crow tribe your enemy. In the future, there will be no place for you in this world. The Golden Crows were going crazy. Having their cultivation crippled was worse than being killed. I only took 10 years of your cultivation, not crippled. However, it seems that I was too lenient. You are used to being strong. Even now, you still dare to act like this. Yi Fan's face darkened. Everything happened too fast. Just now, no one could react. Even Lang Tianai couldn't stop it. Everyone saw the terrifying side of Yi Fan's cultivation. Enough. Friend. You have gone too far. Let's stop here. Lang Tianye's expression was ugly. If you dare to say another word, I will kill you on the spot. Get lost, Yi Fan said calmly. The young golden crows' faces were pale. They didn't dare to say another word. They all rushed out without looking back. They were like birds startled by the mere twang of a bow. On this day, the cultivators of the Ziwei ancient star region remembered the name Yi Fan for the first time. Not only was he a picture scroll, but also his powerful methods. So his name is Yi Fan. He killed Yin Tianda's brother and didn't back down in the face of the powerful Golden Crow tribe. He crippled Lu Ya's subordinate on the spot. How extraordinary! This person's cultivation is terrifying. Where did he come from? Why haven't I heard of him before? Everyone in the Celestial Wolf Mountain Manor was discussing. They didn't know where he came from. An hour later, outside the Celestial Wolf Mountain range, more than 10 rays of golden light streaked across the sky. They were approaching quickly. It was a group of powerful golden crows. Report, the 9th prince of the Golden Crow tribe is here to congratulate us. A disciple of the Celestial Wolf tribe reported loudly. He seemed to be under great pressure. Even his voice was trembling. More than 10 people stood outside the Celestial Wolf Mountain range. Their golden hair fell over their shoulders. Their golden eyes were terrifying. They looked like golden gods. Many people came out to greet them. The Golden Crow tribe was too powerful. Even many sect masters wanted to curry favor with them. With 10 princes of the tribe, who could stop them in the future? Who crippled my clansmen? The 9th prince of the Golden Crow tribe strode over. His voice was cold but calm. Some young female cultivators, some stunning female disciples of various sects, and a few saintesses were all watching and whispering. Their beautiful eyes were shining. Crown Prince Luya is here too. At this moment, someone exclaimed. Chapter 708. The 10 princes of the Golden Crow clan were each stronger than the last. The strongest among them was the 6th Luya. Many sect masters had to bow down to him. This was a terrifying Golden Crow. He had torn apart a flood dragon and killed a sky pung when he was young. He was extremely talented and had killed more than a handful of sect masters. His hands were dripping with blood. He was extremely powerful and had 10 brothers. Who in the world would dare to provoke him? Otherwise, how could he become sworn brothers with Xianxia, Sankei and the Taiyin godchild? They were the most terrifying people in the Ziwei galaxy in the future. His appearance startled many people. Even the living fossil was startled. The sect masters had to treat him as an equal even though he was still very young. Many female cultivators focused their gazes on him. Luya still didn't have a Dao companion, and the old king of the Golden Crow clan was choosing one for him. Many geniuses from the ancient sects had their own thoughts. No, this is a clone of Luya. His true body didn't come, one of the sect masters said. The 9th prince didn't mind that Luya had stolen his limelight and attracted everyone's attention. He was already used to his 6th brother's talent. He had been like this since he was young. The two had similar figures and were both very handsome. Their long golden hair danced in the wind, flowing with golden light. Their golden eyes shot out sharp rays like swords. They walked side by side like two ancient golden holy spirits, majestic and intimidating. Golden energy pervaded the air and golden flames danced. Princes! Lang Tianai went forward to greet the Golden Crows. Even though he knew Luya was a clone, he didn't dare to be impolite. Many great characters came out to greet the two princes. This was enough to show how powerful the clan was and how much people feared them. Many people from the younger generation came forward to greet them. They were very reserved in front of Luya's clone. Which one of them is it? The 9th prince's long golden hair was burning like fire as he asked the crippled Golden Crow to identify him. He's not here, one of the cultivators who came to greet them whispered. How arrogant, the 9th prince said indifferently. Then he turned around and said to his clansmen, Go and call him out. Today is the old wolf deity's birthday. I don't want to start a massacre in the manor and stain celestial Wolf Mountain with blood. Everyone's hearts trembled. The 9th prince was extremely domineering and sharp. It was obvious that he was here to kill. He didn't want to say anything more. A few young ladies revealed looks of surprise. The Golden Crow race was too powerful. No wonder there were heavenly geniuses who were sent to the Golden Crow race for marriage. At the same time, everyone was shocked. Yi Fan was actually sitting calmly in the villa, not coming out at all. Even when the two crown princes came, he still treated them calmly. The crippled Golden Crows were gritting their teeth. They looked completely different from when they had been driven away. They strode into the villa with their heads held high, sneering. Yi, you're really patient. You're still drinking tea here. When they entered the courtyard, they saw Yi Fan again. He was filled with hatred, and his voice rose an octave as he shouted. Our 9th prince is here, and so is Crown Prince Luya's incarnation. You dare to oppose the Golden Crow race, you. Humph. Yi Fan glanced at them and only spat out one word. Scram. He waved his hand impatiently as if he was shooing away flies. He didn't want to look at them anymore. Our 9th prince wants you to go out and see him. A Golden Crow sneered. Have you forgotten the lesson just now? Yi Fan suddenly raised his head, cutting him off. A large golden hand waved out, and a few resounding slaps rang out. Several mouths full of teeth flew out, all of them flying out. The force was so great that they flew over many courtyards and landed outside the manor. They rolled around like dead fish, exhaling more than they inhaled. Everyone in front of the celestial Wolf Mountain Manor was shocked. This was really not giving the 9th prince any face. The messenger who went in was thrown out like a dead dog. The 9th prince's expression was unsightly. He said coldly, What arrogance! Do you want me to go in and start a massacre? Your Highness, it's my master's birthday today. Please calm down. Lang Tianai tried to mediate. He naturally didn't want any trouble. Old Wolf's divine arts are profound, so I don't want to ruin his birthday. It's just that this person doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If I don't kill him, the Golden Crow ancestor will blame me. The ninth prince said. What if I miss today? Lang Tianai said. You should ask someone to call him out. Just say that I want to see him. There's no use in hiding in the manor. The ninth prince said. Not long after, a disciple from the celestial Wolf Mountain Manor came to see Yi Fan. Some cultivators who came to offer their blessings also came in, wanting to see if Yi Fan would still be so domineering this time. You want me to see him? What ninth prince? I've never heard of him. If he wants to see me, tell him to come here himself. Yi Fan refused. Everyone was astonished. He didn't even put the ninth prince in his eyes and said that he had never heard of him. This was clearly a domineering lord and there would definitely be a fight. You. An expert from the Golden Crow race also came in, but his expression changed after hearing this. What about you? Yi Fan glanced sideways. You're just used to being domineering. Do you think you're the great sage who commands the world? If you're not, then disappear immediately. This cultivator was here to find out the truth. He felt that Yi Fan was very powerful, so he turned around and left without saying anything else. Bang! The ninth prince stepped on the ground after hearing this and entered the celestial Wolf Mountain Manor step by step. His expression was cold as golden energy revolved around his body. He stopped some distance away from the courtyard. His golden eyes shot out two beams of divine light that were hundreds of meters long and disappeared into the void. Yi Fan! What do you want? Yi Fan sat firmly on the stone chair with a teacup in his hand. You're quite arrogant. I've come in person, but you're still like this. The ninth prince's expression was cold as he stepped into the courtyard. You're the one who thinks too highly of yourself. You want me to meet you? Who do you think you are? Yi Fan said calmly. The ninth prince glared at him with a demonic power. His eyes were incomparably sharp as he said, I hope your strength matches your words. You won't disappoint me. Whether or not you're disappointed has nothing to do with me. Not to mention you, even if your old father the Golden Crow came, I still wouldn't pay my respects. Stop putting on the airs of a crown prince. I don't know you. Yi Fan was quite domineering. The ninth prince's eyes were frightening as he walked forward with large steps. He looked down at Yi Fan with a murderous expression. Everyone was shocked. Yi Fan was clearly not afraid of the Golden Crow tribe. He didn't even get up when the ninth prince was here. At this time, Luya finally spoke for the first time. He pulled the ninth prince back and said, I admire you a bit now. You admire me, but you're here to help Xianxia kill me. He hasn't even come out of seclusion yet you're so proactive. Yi Fan sneered. I do want to befriend you, but you killed Xianxia's brother. What a pity. Luya shook his head. What does that have to do with you? Your tribe thinks too highly of itself. Do you really think you can rule over everything? Yi Fan said. Sixth brother, what are you talking about? He crippled my clansman and has long since become an enemy of the Golden Crow tribe. Send him on his way. The ninth prince said coldly. Everyone, please calm down. Let's not fight today, Lang Tianai said with an ugly expression. Let's go outside and fight. Don't ruin Senior Wolf God's birthday celebration, Luya said calmly. Let's go and find a place for you to be buried. A few feet of soil should be enough, the ninth prince said with a cold glint flashing in his teeth. You are just a golden crow. Don't think of yourself as an ancient saint. Yi Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. Who in the world would dare to talk about the Golden Crow tribe like this? Everyone was shocked. Just what was the background of this cultivator named Yi Fan? Outside the heavenly Wolf Mountain Manor, Yi Fan faced the dozen or so golden crows by himself. His expression was calm and he did not seem nervous at all. Ninth Prince, take revenge for us. You must kill this arrogant brat and restore our prestige. One of the people crippled by Yi Fan said while gritting his teeth. Fine, I'll cripple him too and take revenge for you. Then I'll end his life. The ninth prince said. Pluff, pluff. Yi Fan opened his palm and shot out several beams of golden light that pierced through their foreheads. He killed them right in front of the Golden Crow Prince. "You, how dare you!" the ninth prince shouted. Everyone was astonished. This was an undisguised humiliation. Killing these people from the Golden Crow race in front of the ninth prince was like injuring his face. The Golden Crow tribe has produced 10 princes, all of them extremely talented. We're finally going to see them take action. The celestial wolf howling moon stage was a broken mountain that seemed to have been cut in half by an axe. Its surface was wide and flat, reinforced by Dao runes. It was a martial arena left behind from ancient times. You don't know the immensity of the heaven and earth. I'll bury you in a 3-foot pit to bury your remains. The ninth prince felt extremely humiliated and immediately sent a slap towards Yi Fan's right cheek. He wanted to slap Yi Fan's face with his Golden Crow body's extreme speed and power. Bam! Yi Fan met the attack with his golden palm. A loud sound rang out as golden blood splattered everywhere. The ninth prince's palm was shattered into pieces. He let out a long roar and regenerated his broken palm. He turned into a beam of golden light and rushed out, leaving behind a pool of golden blood. The crowd was astonished. The Golden Crow tribe's body was so powerful, yet he was already at a disadvantage in just one exchange. Just how terrifying was this person's constitution? The battle between the ninth prince and Yi Fan erupted. The battle immediately reached its climax. The scene was astonishing, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. The true flames of the sun devoured the heavens, stirring up the essence of the sun. Golden sacred flames poured down in torrents, turning into a boundless sea of flames that overturned the world. The ninth prince no longer dared to use his body to fight at close range. He used his magical power to suppress the enemy. However, Yi Fan was not afraid at all. He shot out a strand of black sacred power that extinguished the true sun flame. The temperature plummeted. Extreme Yin Holy Power. This was the Extreme Yin Holy Power he had produced while cultivating the Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang ancient scriptures. Its divine might was powerful enough to extinguish the true sun flame. Suddenly, an expanse of dazzling golden light flew out. 81 great golden banners fluttered about. They were cast from resplendent divine gold, and even the surface of the banners was golden in color. There were divine golden crows on them, lining up in the void, trapping Yi Fan within. Lu Ya's Golden Crow Banner. The crowd was astonished. This was a bloody legend. In the past, Lu Ya had used these banners to trap 5 supreme sect masters at the same time. He refined all of them and killed them within, dyeing the skies red with blood. Today, he gave this banner to the ninth prince and used it during the battle. He immediately sealed Yi Fan within. Everyone sighed inwardly. This was the Golden Crow tribe's treasured banner and simply could not be broken. It contained the Golden Crow divine formation within. No matter how powerful Yi Fan was, could he compare to 5 supreme sect masters? He would undoubtedly die. You dare to oppose my Golden Crow tribe? The ninth prince stood outside the banner with his hands behind his back. His long golden hair danced in the wind as he sneered. Even a living fossil couldn't escape after being trapped within the Golden Crow divine formation. Of course, he was arrogant and disdainful, treating Yi Fan as a dead man. However, things often went beyond one's expectations. Yi Fan used the line formula and rushed out without any delay. Once the line formula was completed, he could go as high as the 9 heavens and as deep as the underworld. Nothing could stop him. Yi Fan watched the young madman use it and found that it even touched upon the domain of time. He was greatly enlightened and his understanding deepened. Boom! 6 Dao Reincarnation Fist. The saint physique was used, its aura devouring the mountains and rivers as it advanced courageously. No one in the world could compare to it. This was simply a fist technique created for Yi Fan. It seemed to possess the power to open up the 6 Daos. It was peerless in this world and could shatter the heavens. The ninth prince turned into a streak of golden light to evade, but he still let out a loud cry. Half of his body was blasted apart with golden blood splashing everywhere. His severed body flew out in a miserable manner. Everyone was astonished and almost became lifeless. This was one of the Golden Crow 10th princes who could kill a saint lord. His name was renowned throughout the world, yet he had fallen to such a state. At this moment, everyone woke up with a start. They felt that they had gravely underestimated this cultivator of unknown origins. This person named Yi Fan's battle today was destined to shake the entire Lu continent. Only a few sect masters from Heaven's Origin City knew that he was extraordinary. They knew that Yi Fan and the old madman were old acquaintances, but they never said anything. Ah! The ninth prince roared furiously. He couldn't accept this result. Not even the Golden Crow treasured banner divine formation could stop the enemy as if he was walking on flat ground. This was simply too inconceivable. Yi Fan soared into the sky and chased after the ninth prince with the travel seal. He was about to catch up to the ninth prince and raise his fist to attack. Luya finally took action. Although he was only an incarnation, he could use great divine abilities. He took out a golden ancestral crow feather and rushed over to pull the ninth prince away. Sixth brother, what are you running for? Apart from Yin Tienda, you're unrivaled in the younger generation. You killed 5 sect masters in a single day. Kill anyone who dares to contend with you. The ninth prince shouted. My true body hasn't arrived yet and my incarnation doesn't even have 20% of its power. Let's leave this place first, said Luya. The Golden Crow treasured banner's failure to trap and kill the enemy had exceeded his expectations. I'm not resigned to this. I actually have to flee in defeat. The ninth prince spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Yi Fan stood in the void and didn't give chase. He took out a treasured bow with a sneer on his face and began to draw it into a full moon. This was the Myriad Slayer's bow. Everyone was shocked as they stared at the sky. Chapter 709. Not a single blade of grass grew on the moon-howling platform. It was a gigantic broken mountain that was tens of thousands of meters tall and was incomparably flat. At this moment, it was dyed with golden blood, as well as dismembered corpses. Feathers filled the air, fluttering in the wind. Yi Fan wielded the Myriad Slayer's bow in his hands, forming it into the shape of a full moon. An intense killing intent radiated from him, shooting straight up into the clouds. The people from the Golden Crow race tried to block him, but they were all killed. Yi Fan, do you want to become eternal enemies with my Golden Crow race? An old Golden Crow roared. He was a character at the peak of the first layer of Immortal Foundation and was only half a step away from becoming a supreme existence. Yi Fan didn't say anything to this. Just like before, he shot his bow into the sky, using the essence of heaven and earth to form a divine arrow that was tens of miles long. Woo woo! The divine arrow let out a devilish sound. The light it emitted was so intense that everyone had to close their eyes, unable to look straight at it. It was like the convergence of 100,000 stars, eternally illuminating the universe. Puh! A beam of blood flew up. The old Golden Crow screamed as he was instantly pierced through. There was no way for him to evade or hide. His corpse was split into over 10 pieces by the arrow, his Golden Crow blood dripping down from the sky. Bang! The celestial wolf howling moon platform was once again covered in golden bloodstains and chunks of corpses. It was a ghastly sight. This was already the 5th Golden Crow he had killed. Surnamed Yi, you dare to become enemies with my Golden Crow race? You will be hunted down by the 10 crown princes and turned into ashes forever. Another person screamed before he died. Puh! His body was pierced through by the divine arrow. His corpse split apart and fell to the ground, dripping with blood. From afar, the hearts of the spectators pounded. Yi Fan didn't hold back at all. He attacked mercilessly like he was shooting condors. He basically didn't treat them as the most terrifying race. On the other side, the 9th Crown Prince and Luya also couldn't escape. They encountered great trouble and were being chased by a total of 108 divine arrows. Arrows filled the sky, and every single one of them was more than 10 miles long, completely shattering the sky. They never stopped, and if they didn't hit their target, they would continue flying for a long time, and it would be difficult for them to exhaust their essence energy. This was the 10,000 Death's Bow, an extremely terrifying secret weapon. Now that Yi Fan was on par with a Holy Lord, the power he could display was many times stronger than before, and his ability to kill enemies was even sharper. Half of the 9th Prince's body had been broken by Yi Fan's 6 paths of reincarnation fist. His body had grown back, but his vitality was greatly damaged. The 10,000 Slayer's bow shot out 100 arrows at the same time, throwing the world into chaos. More than 100 sword lights that were more than 10 kilometers long wove together to form golden laws that surrounded him, making it impossible for him to escape. Ah! The 9th Golden Crow Prince cried out as he was pierced a second time. One of his arms was shattered and turned into a bloody pulp. The shattered bones fell to the ground, creating a tragic sight. Damn it! His hair flew about chaotically. Ever since he was born, he had never suffered such a great loss before. Lu Ya's expression was also solemn. After all, this was only an incarnation. He let out a long roar and personally took out the golden crow treasured banners. 81 golden banners fluttered in the wind, blotting out the sky. The treasured banners fluttered as golden divine light flooded the void, turning into 81 doors that closed off the area and blocked the divine arrows. A part of the unfettered sky was formed. Use the true fire of the sun to burn everything, Lu Ya shouted. The 9th Golden Crow Prince did as he was told. He merged the Tao and refined the flames, entering the extreme void. The true fire of the sun shone in all directions, burning everything. The 81 golden banners fluttered in the air like pillars that supported the heavens. They stuck to the 81 golden clouds that opened the sky and crushed everything. The hundreds of divine arrows were blocked outside, unable to enter. It could be said that this sect's treasured banners were extremely terrifying. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to kill 5 peerless sect masters at the same time in the past. Break the void and bind my hands and feet. Yi Fan ascended to the sky in a single step. His comprehension of the row formula deepened and his speed increased. The 81 banners couldn't stop him, so he charged in alone to kill the 2 princes. His murderous intent caused the sky to tremble. Go! Lu Ya's expression changed. This wasn't a solution at all. Temporarily breaking the void was like drinking poison to quench one's thirst. The enemy would be able to pass through the banners as if there was no one there. This was a competition of speed. The 2 golden crows possessed extreme speed that almost no one in the world could catch up to. This was the advantage of their race. Strictly speaking, only the Tianpeng race could compare, transcending the mortal world. However, today, Yi Fan quickly closed the distance, cutting off their path in the blink of an eye. What kind of speed is this? The 2 princes weren't the only ones shocked. The other sect masters were also shocked. He had reached the sky in 1 step and caught up to a golden crow in 3. I'll go fight him. My true strength isn't necessarily weaker than his. The 9th Golden Crow Prince's expression was sinister. He didn't want to be killed by the arrows, so he turned back to fight to the death. I don't have time to waste with you right now. Yi Fan stood in the sky and shot with the myriad slayer's bow. The more than 100 divine arrows from before also rushed over, turning into a sky-shocking rainbow. 5 colors rushed into the sky, dazzling and dazzling, as if stars were streaking across the cosmos. Ah! The 9th Golden Crow Prince screamed and used his shocking power to crush the 90 divine arrows into powder. He then rushed over. However, his body had been hit by more than 10 arrows during this process and was almost destroyed. He forcefully used his golden crow blood to stick to his body and prevent it from shattering. Surnamed Yi, the 9th Golden Crow Prince was covered in blood. There were more than 10 large holes on his body, making him look somewhat horrifying. He rushed over in a desperate attempt to drag his enemy down with him. Although his vitality was greatly injured, he was still able to forcefully increase his ancestral crow essence energy. This was quite terrifying and gave him unparalleled combat strength. A golden crow flapped its wings in the sky and turned into a giant bird to fight fiercely against Yi Fan. Feathers flew everywhere and golden blood splashed everywhere. Everyone was astonished. The 9th Golden Crow Prince was indeed powerful enough to kill a sacred lord. He was still so brave and powerful despite being so heavily injured. Let's end this. I'll send you on your way. Yi Fan roared after a period of intense battle. His entire body seemed to be cast from divine gold and was sparkling inch by inch. He emitted boundless radiance and condensed all the divine arrows in the sky into a golden spear that pierced through the clouds. He swooped down from the boundless sky with the golden spear in his hands. Compared to the golden spear, he seemed rather insignificant. However, he possessed a mountain-devouring might as his black hair danced in the wind. The golden spear pierced through the head of the golden crow as if it was hitting mud. It didn't even penetrate the crown of its head. Ah! The 9th Golden Crow Prince let out a final scream. His enormous corpse was pierced through by a giant spear and rapidly fell down to the moon-howling heavenly wolf platform below. Blood dyed the vast sky as golden feathers danced in the air. Corpses were strewn everywhere. One of the successors of the Golden Crow race, on Mount Suicide Celestial Wolf. Experts and lords from all directions were all shocked. One of the Golden Crow race's crown princes had been killed in such a straightforward and cruel manner. Dead, a famous and intimidating crown prince has died just like that. There was no one who wasn't shocked. This would inevitably incur the wrath of the Golden Crow race. This was a crime that couldn't be washed away even with all the water in the 4 oceans. Everyone stared at Yi Fan. He really dared to attack. Just where did this mysterious man come from? He dared to swing his blade at the Golden Crow race's crown prince and mercilessly kill him. Just what kind of background did he have? The celestial Wolf Mountain was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Fan. The up-and-coming youngsters and geniuses couldn't remain calm. What is Crown Prince Luya doing? People were astonished to see a golden crow covered in burning blood roaring at the sky. He forcefully inserted the 81 golden flags into his body. During the process of his younger brother being killed, his eyes were cold. He didn't stop it at all and forcefully melted a golden feather to strengthen his divine power. A divine feather from an ancient great sage of the Golden Crow race and a strand of holy power have been refined into his body. Those 81 golden flags have been refined into his body like feathers. Luya let out a long roar and soared into the sky, pouncing towards Yi Fan. There was no point in trying to escape. His opponent was too fast. Yi Fan, I will fight you with 20% of my strength. His voice was like thunder, resounding in the sky and causing the entire celestial Wolf Mountain range to tremble and rumble. Luya spread his wings and soared 3,000 miles into the sky. His golden body seemed to be cast from gold as he looked down on the world, causing many sect masters to feel a chill in their hearts. So this is Luya. The 10 princes of the Golden Crow School were all dragons and phoenixes among men, kings of monsters who could kill divine lords. Among them, the 6th was the best and was known as the #1 of the monster race in the future. Right now, he was an incarnation, facing the enemy with 20% of his strength, yet he was already comparable to a sect master, truly horrifying to the extreme. Divine feathers filled the skies. The 81 golden flags were refined into his body and became a part of him. The myriad death's bow's arrows couldn't pierce through. This was an intense battle. Luya's incarnation couldn't be judged with common sense. Everything he used was an ancient divine ability. 10 suns appear. 10 suns rose into the sky and a savage land appeared behind him. Tens of thousands of beasts ran and giant mountains swayed. The 10 suns covered the sky and burned everything. Human King Seal. Yi Fan turned into the lord of the human race and stood between heaven and earth. This was a battle between the human race and the Golden Crow race. A giant hand slapped down and smashed down the 10 suns, shattering the savage ancient land. Fiery light fluttered about, drowning out the sky, burning the world until it was a fiery red expanse. It was like a great furnace, and everything was shattered. Mulberry World. Luya shouted again. An ancient golden tree surrounded by primal chaos shone and broke through the sky, opening up a small world. Endless golden light shone and a giant undying tree grew. Countless golden leaves shook down tens of thousands of divine splendor, suppressing Yi Fan. Beyond the sword, hanging mulberry bough. Yi Fan roared. A golden divine sword shot out from between his brows and slashed through this small world. His aura surged and reached beyond the sky. The myriad death's bow in his hand turned into a surging brilliance and was used as a weapon. It struck the ancient mulberry tree and produced a loud sound. Tens of thousands of golden leaves were thrown into disorder. The two fought. Luya's methods were endless. They were all ancient secret techniques that shocked the world. Demon God devour the heavens. A demon god appeared behind him and towered between heaven and earth. A single hand covered the sky and pressed down on celestial Wolf Mountain. Ancient One Chi into the azure sky. He turned into the azure sky and looked down on the earth, wanting to refine Yi Fan. Luya's methods were endless. All kinds of shocking ancient techniques were used. Unfortunately, he was still an incarnation and was destroyed by Yi Fan. Ah! Luya screamed. He had used up too much magic power. The 81 golden flags on his body began to fall off, causing a large amount of blood to bloom. It's time to end this. Yi Fan shouted. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. This matchless fist technique smashed out, its aura devouring the mountains and rivers, suppressing the heaven and earth. Yi Fan rushed over like a demon god, destroying everything in his path. Luya screamed in pain. The lower half of his body disappeared, broken in half. Golden blood splattered everywhere. Yi Fan roared. He took a step into the sky and tore the remaining half of Lu Ya's body into two. Blood splattered everywhere. Chapter 7:10. A beam of golden light shot up as a primordial spirit flew out. It turned into a small golden crow and flapped its wings towards the sky. Yi Fan reached out with his right hand like a soaring dragon and grabbed down. The golden primordial spirit struggled but was immediately destroyed. It turned into a mist and dissipated in the air. In the distant northern sea, Lu Ya's true body shook. Two sharp beams shot out from his eyes as he gazed at Lu Zhou. Who killed my avatar? Waves surged in the black ocean with all kinds of powerful ancient beasts roaming about. This place was far more dangerous than the land, and there was no lack of ancient heavenly demons. Even the immortal divine medicine disappeared after the disappearance of the great emperor. Now, the only legendary immortal tree has appeared. This matter is urgent. I'll deal with the karma later. Lu Ya's true body flashed and disappeared into the depths of the northern sea, disappearing in the blink of an eye. 81 golden banners fell from the sky on the moon-howling platform. Sparks flew in all directions as they hit the ground. Each of them was dazzling and dazzling. Lu Ya's avatar was torn apart by Yi Fan, but these treasured banners were still intact. One could tell at a glance that they were divine objects. Otherwise, the blood of the 5 sect masters wouldn't have been splashed on these banners back then. The golden banners of the Golden Crow tribe. Many people's eyes turned red and wanted nothing more than to rush over and snatch them. In the past, Lu Ya swept through all the regions with this banner and was invincible. Many people in Lu Zhou were apprehensive. Each banner had a golden crow embroidered on it. The luster was brilliant and vivid. It had been passed down from ancient times until now and had never been destroyed. This was enough to prove how extraordinary these banners were. But now, although people were tempted, no one dared to snatch them. This was because it was a hot potato that would bring disaster to whoever obtained it. Not to mention the unfathomable strength of Yi Fan, who had killed 2 Golden Crow princes. No one dared to act rashly. Just thinking about it made people not dare to act recklessly. If the Golden Crow race were to denounce them, it would be a huge problem, and they would most likely get into trouble. The broken platform was completely silent. People knew that this time, the sky had been pierced. This young man named Yi Fan had stirred up a monstrous storm. In this battle, 2 of the Golden Crow crown princes were beheaded, and more than a dozen Golden Crow experts were killed with a single arrow. This was a great earthquake that would cause a huge uproar. The Golden Crow clan was extremely powerful. Now that the 9th crown prince had been killed, how could his elder brothers agree to it? It was as if people could already imagine the chaos that would ensue when the 9 crows appeared. Moreover, who was the old Golden Crow of this race? He was a ruthless fellow who dared to snatch the goddess of the human king palace when he was young. Now, no one knew how terrifying he was. The Golden Crow clan has as many experts as there are clouds in the sky, and top-notch experts are emerging in large numbers. There will be great chaos. Everyone realized that this young man named Yi Fan was going to stir up a storm and become the focus of everyone's attention. There was no lack of successors of great sects and clans in the area, as well as Heaven's Chosen. When they looked at Yi Fan, strange expressions could be seen on their faces. This was someone who dared to attack the Golden Crow God dynasty, which made it difficult for them to remain calm. This battle shook the Heavenly Wolf Villa, and the cultivators of Lu Island were greatly alarmed. The name Yi Fan had shaken the world with this battle, and everyone knew of him. The old wolf deity couldn't sit still anymore. He walked out from an ancient palace and appeared together with a few old cultivators with frightening identities. They personally arrived at the scene. Everyone cried out in alarm. They recognized a few elders among them. One of them was the Human King Palace's Vice Palace Lord, and he was already 3,100 years old. Even though they didn't recognize the others, they could imagine that their identities were definitely astonishing. They were all world-shaking figures of this level. Otherwise, why would they be walking together? The Golden Crow clan has lost 2 princes. The old wolf deity was stupefied. He never thought that the matter would become so big. Everyone knew that the matter had reached an irremediable state, and that the Golden Crow clan would definitely be furious. However, the person involved didn't care at all. He descended onto the enormous rooftop and put away the 81 golden banners to carefully observe them. Flickering golden light flew out. illuminating Yifan's entire body in a sparkling and translucent manner. The great banners fluttered in the wind and released a type of desolate aura. The golden crow on top of the banners wanted to fly out. Yifan was astonished. This truly was a treasure. No wonder it could trap and kill 5 sect masters. If he didn't have the rose symbol art, he would most likely be nursing a grievance even if he was sealed within the banners. This Tao friend. The old wolf deity deliberated over his words. He spoke with the tone of someone from the same generation, but he didn't know what to say. After Yifan displayed this type of strength, the people here naturally didn't want to offend him. The Golden Crow clan would naturally take action, and the others didn't want to get involved in this mess. In the end, everyone returned to the Heavenly Wolf Villa. The birthday feast began, and many people sized up Yifan from time to time. They all felt that it was rather strange, but few people dared to sit together with him. Everyone knew that this wasn't a flash in the pan, but rather the rise of a generation's pride. If he could resist the Golden Crow clan, then his future accomplishments would be limitless. Would he be the second Yin Tianda, or would he die an early death? This was the question in everyone's hearts. Brother, you've provoked a great disaster, yet you're still so calm. Truly admirable. Finally, a young man dressed in moon-white clothes walked over. He was rather handsome. Sitting together with me, aren't you scared of the Golden Crow clan's people blaming you? Yifan said with a smile. This was a man with an extremely enchanting smile. He was quite attractive to young ladies with a mouthful of snow-white teeth and a scholarly bearing. He had quite the temperament. Quite a few people looked over, especially a few females. They were whispering to each other, discussing something in low voices. Even if I fought a decisive battle with you right now, the Golden Crow clan wouldn't have any good impressions of me. His white clothes were like a painting, and his complexion was like jade. His smile was extremely charming. Oh, why is that? Because this one is a refined person. I've traveled together with the Golden Crow clan's little princess for a period of time. They really want to skin me alive. Yifan laughed. This distinguished and elegant white-clothed man had quite the personality and confidence after all. This one is Xianxia. The white-clothed man introduced himself and said, in all honesty, I really haven't done anything to let the Golden Crow clan down. He's the famous Xianxia. Passing through 10,000 flowers, not a single leaf stains his body. That's him, young Master Ishi. Living in the secular world with 6 desires, cultivating a heartless heart. Yifan was shocked. Xianxia wasn't simple at all. He could tell a thing or two from the people's discussions. He lived alone in the secular world and cultivated an unshakable Tao heart. This person was very powerful. Lu Ya and Taoist San Ke had once pursued him for 80,000 li, but he still managed to escape. He was a genius of the younger generation with unfathomable strength. Yifan couldn't help but laugh when he heard those discussions. He said, what have you done to make people so angry? I'm a person who likes all beautiful things, especially beautiful women. I think they're the most beautiful scenery in the world. I always look at them with an appreciative gaze, but I'm never understood. Xianxia sighed. Wasn't he just a perverted thief? Yifan silently cursed. No wonder he was chased by Lu Ya and traveled with the little princess of the Golden Crow clan. Anyone would be worried about such a scoundrel. Don't judge my flawless Tao heart with your impure eyes. The heavens and earth can testify that I've never let a woman down, Xianxia said. Yifan understood from the whispers of the bystanders that this person wasn't a despicable person. Although the people he befriended were all beauties, he didn't act recklessly. He talked about love and scenery with great elegance. Passing through 10,000 flowers, not a single leaf stains his body. Tao was emotionless. He occasionally had romantic affairs and tempered his heart in the secular world with 6 desires, all for the sake of seeking Tao. In any case, this was an extraordinary genius. He befriended all the beauties in the world and was very popular among the ladies. Of course, there were also those who were hurt by his love and those who hated him to the bone, resulting in many incidents. Brother Yi, you've killed the 9th prince of the Golden Crow clan. Aren't you afraid of impending disaster? The Golden Crow clan is powerful enough to look down on the world. Xianxia smiled. Even someone like you who had an affair with the little princess of the Golden Crow clan survived. My luck can't be that bad, right? Yifan smiled. The relationship between me and the princess is very pure. Yes, pure like ice and snow. Once it comes into contact with fire, it melts into muddy water. Tell this to Luya. Although they had just met, Yifan didn't have a bad impression of him, so he didn't hold back when speaking. Sigh, in this world, people who appreciate beautiful things are always misunderstood. Is this the sorrow of this era or my helplessness? Xianxia said. There's a kind of thief in this world who's given the title of flower picker. You'll appreciate each other and won't lack a soulmate. A true scholar is naturally romantic, but he's not despicable. Don't compare me with those unskilled people, Xianxia retorted in all seriousness. In the distance, many people revealed strange expressions and began to discuss softly. The two of them sitting together was very surprising. Brother Yi, did you come to the Celestial Wolf Manor for that page of the Divine Spirit ancient scripture? Xianxia raised his cup and asked softly. What? Yifan was shocked. You really came at the right time. Xianxia was surprised and then mumbled. The Golden Crow Ninth Prince is really unlucky. How did he meet you? The Divine Spirit ancient scripture. What's going on? Yifan asked. It said that Taoist Sankei brought half a page of the scripture and exchanged it with the human King Hall's page to comprehend the great Tao together. In the Underworld Ridge, there was an ancient Taoist temple called Longevity. Its inheritance was so ancient that no one could find its origin. There were only a few people in each generation, but they were extremely powerful and no one dared to provoke them. It was said that they hid half a page of the ancient scripture. It was extremely mysterious and contained supreme Tao laws. The human King Hall also had half a page. It was said that the two could be combined to possess the profound meaning of immortality. Who didn't want to achieve immortality? But since ancient times, who could achieve it? Even ancient emperors had to die. This mysterious ancient scripture naturally attracted everyone's attention and was coveted by everyone. If it wasn't for the fact that the Longevity ancient Taoist temple and the human King Hall had existed since ancient times and were too terrifying, they would have long been snatched away. Now that the remnant pages were combined, it naturally attracted the attention of the world. The deputy hall master of the human King Hall passed by here. I wonder how many pairs of eyes are watching, Xianxia said. Could it really be half a page of the immortal scripture? Yifan touched his chin and looked at the ancient heavenly wolf watchtower. How about it? Are you tempted? We can go take a look. I believe it will be very lively, Xianxia said with a smile. Ask me to come along. Aren't you afraid of encountering people from the Golden Crow race? At that time, you will be in big trouble with me. It's precisely because you attract more hatred that I want to travel with you. If we really encounter them, they will definitely abandon me to hunt you down. Xianxia smiled. Her smile was like the glow of divine jade, causing the girls at the neighboring table to be somewhat stunned. You perverted thief. Yifan cursed. The Meteor River was hundreds of thousands of li long. It was very famous in Luzhou. Legend has it that many ancient stars had fallen into it. The river water contained the power of stars, and every night, it would glisten brightly. It was a full moon night. Yifan and Xianxia sat on a small boat, facing the moon and drinking wine. It had already been several days since they left the Heavenly Wolf Manor. It seems like we didn't go in the wrong direction. We are on this Meteor River. Look, some powerful cultivators are roaming about, Xianxia said. Suddenly, flower petals floated down from the sky. They were sparkling and translucent, exceptionally beautiful under the illumination of the moonlight. Their fragrance assailed the nostrils. A jade carriage like the divine moon flew across the sky. It was enveloped by the sparkling and translucent rain of flower petals. The immortal qi was dense, and under the bright moon, it was incomparably dreamy. Xianxia raised her head and looked over with a strange expression. It was as if she was looking at the world's most beautiful treasure. What's wrong? Who is that? Yifan asked. That is the most beautiful woman in the Ziwei ancient star region. There is no one else like her. She is the present world's #1 beauty, as well as your great enemy. She is the future Tao companion of Yin Tianda, who can suppress all the sect masters in the world until they can't breathe. Chapter 7:11. Under the moonlit night, the river was calm and sparkling. Flower petals danced in the air, sparkling and translucent under the moonlight. A sweet fragrance wafted into one's nose, making one's pores relax. The divine moon carriage flew across the sky, surrounded by the rain of flowers. It shone brilliantly like the moon palace under the moonlight. It was otherworldly and magnificent. Jianghu was a woman-like goddess Luo. She was the #1 beauty of the Ziwei ancient star region. Even some of the most beautiful women would feel ashamed of themselves before her. Every time she went out, she would cause a commotion. Without exception, everyone who saw her would be shocked. She was suspected to be the reincarnation of the goddess of the 9 heavens. Even living fossils would be tempted. There were no beautiful descriptions of this woman, nor were there any paintings of her. However, her beauty was unparalleled in the world. She was like a divine moon in the sky, admired by many. Many men of the younger generation were infatuated with her. There were even many duels because of this, which caused a lot of waves. She comes from the Moon Palace. Many people have come to propose, but they have all been rejected. For many disciples of the divine dynasty, she is beyond their reach. Xianxia sighed. The Moon Palace. This ancient inheritance made Yi Fan's heart skip a beat. He asked in surprise, then why did she become Yin Tianda's future Dao companion? Brother Yi, you know too little about that enemy. You don't know how terrifying he is. Yin Tianda is enough to shake the world, Xianxia said. So powerful. Of course when you face him, you will feel even more terrified, Xianxia warned seriously. Yi Fan rubbed his chin. The person who received his inheritance and knew the 3 pure ones with one breath must be a peerless expert. It seemed like he was extremely terrifying. Xianxia said. Only Yin Tianda, with his arrogant cultivation, charged into the immortal palace that no one could pass for 50,000 years. He passed 108 trials of life and death, and the supreme sect master of the Moon Palace came out of seclusion. In the end, the supreme sect master agreed to his proposal. Under the bright moon, the carriage flew away, surrounded by flower petals. It carried an endless fragrance and left behind a mysterious light. What a pity, such a peerless beauty, the #1 beauty in the world, is actually going to become Yin Tianda's Dao companion. Xianxia was very regretful. He opened a folding fan, and on it, there were many beauties. Each and every one of them had a beauty that could captivate even the birds and beasts, and their beauty could outshine the moon and put flowers to shame. They were all outstanding beauties, and they were the most beautiful women in the world. Among them, there was a woman who was the most special. Only a hazy and slender body was covered in mist, unable to be seen clearly. Her appearance and charm couldn't be seen. This is Jianghu. Even though I've seen her before, I can't depict her. It has become my inner demon. If I can't depict her, I can't prove my Dao. When Yi Fan heard this, he immediately laughed and said, You pervert, just say it directly if you want Yin Tianda's Dao companion. Why do you have to be so sad and sad? Sigh, don't try to understand my flawless Dao heart with your mortal eyes. The sea of people is boundless, and it's hard to find someone who understands me, Xianxia said. Caw caw caw. A crow flew by and cawed non-stop in the night sky. Your soulmate is here. Yi Fan laughed. However, Xianxia's expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, Granny Sky Demon's eldest disciple is here. Granny Sky Demon? Yi Fan was shocked. He was very sensitive to these 4 words. That's right, an extremely terrifying demon lord. She has a heavenly demon body and is known as Granny Sky Demon. Everyone fears her, and almost no one dares to provoke her. Granny Sky Demon had 4 eldest disciples, and they were all famous for more than 1,000 years. Each of them had monstrous magical power. Even though they didn't establish a sect, they were feared by all the great sections. An ancient bronze carriage carried an old corpse and flew across the sky. It swallowed and spat moonlight, and a flock of crows pulled the carriage. It was full of inauspiciousness. This is Granny Sky Demon's eldest disciple. Evil corpse. Legend has it that it was cultivated by the remains of an unparalleled expert from ancient times. Granny Sky Demon had the ultimate physique of the demon race. Not many in the world dared to provoke her, and even her 4 eldest disciples became figures that everyone avoided. Not long after, the 2 of them saw a few experts fly past. They were either overflowing with demonic energy or had ocean-like magical power. They were all sect master-level figures. Without a doubt, they all came for the divine ancient scripture. They all wanted to see it to the end and see if they had the chance to pry into the mysteries of the heavens. Broken Wood Cliff was a dangerous shoal that Starfall River had to pass through. It was covered densely with reefs, and the water was rapid and narrow. Of course, this wasn't much for cultivators. What was special about it was that there was a wooden cliff here, and it was formed from a giant ancient tree that reached into the heavens. Just how thick of an ancient tree was needed for this kind of wooden cliff? Yi Fan was astonished. The river was rapid, and the black cliff was several hundred zhang long and several thousand meters tall. It towered there, and if one didn't look closely, it wouldn't be any different from a rock wall. Legend has it that this was a tree king. After experiencing 100 tribulations, it still couldn't take human form and was ultimately hacked to death here. It's said that it's related to Starfall River, and there's a true dragon egg inside. It will be born after 10,000 tribulations, and no one can prove their Tao by its side during this process. At this moment, there were many figures near Broken Wood Cliff. It was unknown how many experts were lying in ambush, and all of them were staring at the cliff. The people from Human King Hall and Ancient Longevity Temple have really come. Are they really going to exchange ancient scriptures here? Yan Ishi was astonished. On the black cliff, there was an old man with shiny silver hair. He was hale and hearty, and he looked like an old immortal bathed in the moonlight. He was the deputy hallmaster of Human King Hall, a living fossil that had lived for more than 3,000 years. He was full of vigor. That's Taoist Sankei. Yan Ishi's expression was solemn as he pointed out to Yi Fan. A young Taoist came over while treading on the moon. His moon-white Taoist robe fluttered in the wind, and there was a yin-yang 8 trigrams embroidered on it. It was like a mirror that occasionally reflected splendor. His skin was fair, and he looked very handsome. He had an otherworldly appearance, and his temperament surpassed his age. He was like an expert that had cultivated for a long time. His Taoist name was Sankei, and his cultivation was profound. At this age, he could already represent the Longevity Temple, and he even brought along a supreme divine artifact like the ancient scriptures of the gods. The deputy hallmaster of Human King Hall and Taoist Sankei stood on the cliff, facing each other. They actually greeted each other as equals, and this was enough to show how terrifying Taoist Sankei was. Sigh, the news was still leaked in the end. Which part of the chain went wrong? And who leaked the secret? The living fossil of Human King Hall frowned. The two didn't escape, and instead, they carefully took out a wooden box that was carved with dragons and phoenixes. They held it in their palms, and they were about to exchange. The surroundings were very quiet, and there was only the sound of the Starfall River flowing. There was no other noise. On Brokenwood Cliff, the moonlight shone brightly. The two peerless experts held their wooden boxes and handed them over at the same time. Countless eyes were watching in the dark, and none of them dared to breathe loudly. They were patiently waiting for that moment to see if there was an opportunity. Boom! Suddenly, a large black hand reached out from the void and enveloped the entire Duanmu cliff. It wanted to capture Taoist Sankei and the living fossil of Human King Hall together. Who was this person that dared to attack two peerless experts at the same time? Everyone's eyes widened. Bang! Taoist Sankei and the old man from Human King Hall each struck out with their palms, and at the same time, they put away the wooden boxes and shouted loudly. Without a sound, a large black crack appeared in the void. Another large purple hand reached out, grabbing downwards to seize the ancient divine scripture. Caw, caw, caw. A crow cawed and pulled a bronze carriage. It carried an old corpse, but when it attacked, it was 4 figures. The 4 disciples of Granny Sky Demon had actually come, and they hid in the carriage. They attacked together and also participated. It's more like it if Granny Sky Demon is here. Although you guys are comparable to the cult master, you are still not enough. A cold voice was heard, and a large white hand reached down from the sky. It grabbed towards Brokenwood Cliff, and the 4 people in the bronze carriage were sent flying. Experts gather like clouds. The one who attacked is at least a living fossil-level figure. Yan Ishi said in a low voice. The black wooden cliff became a chaotic land, and the void constantly cracked. First, a large hand reached out, and then, a person's true body descended. That person is Wu Daokei. Someone exclaimed. He recognized the identity of one of them. It was the most terrifying itinerant cultivator in Luzhou. He had once fought 8,000 miles in a single night and wiped out 2 great sections. Didn't Lord Sky Fox die in meditation a long time ago? Why did he appear again? Another person was recognized. It was a 9-tailed sky fox that was rumored to have died 1,000 years ago. She was a peerless old demon lord of the demon race, and her strength was unfathomable. It was rumored that the ancient Taoist temple in the Netherworld Ridge, as well as the most ancient inheritance, Human King Hall, each possessed half a page of scriptures. They were written by gods and contained the secrets of immortality. That was why the most terrifying cultivators appeared together today. Bang! The black wooden cliff, under the confrontation of many peerless experts, shattered with a loud bang. Fragments filled the sky. This was an ancient tree king that had existed since ancient times. It was countless times harder than rocks, and even powerful figures found it difficult to crack it. But now it was destroyed. A large purple hand snatched a wooden box that was flying into the sky. It shattered on the spot, but it was empty inside. We've been tricked. The other wooden box was also snatched by someone. After opening it, it was also empty. There was nothing inside. At this time, Taoist Xianxia and the old man from the Human King Hall became faint. They were merely formed from a breath of innate vitality and not their true bodies. Damn it, the news is fake. They didn't come here to exchange. Chase. Many experts rushed into the sky and disappeared into the night sky. With the departure of the legendary peerless experts, there were many figures in the wilderness, and even more people revealed their whereabouts. That mysterious expert surnamed Yi is also here. He actually dares to come to this place after killing the 9th prince of the Golden Crow race and Lu Ya's incarnation. Someone recognized him, and many people looked toward the Meteor River. Strange, no one from the Golden Crow race came today. Could it be that they received some news that there are no ancient scriptures here? Yi Fan was puzzled. Rumor has it that the Golden Crow race recently discovered a shocking secret related to their race's prosperity. They are most likely unable to separate themselves. What secret could be more important than the ancient scriptures? Yi Fan was puzzled. It is said that it is the true immortal Fusang divine tree. They are currently confirming the authenticity of the news, Xianxia said in a low voice. Suddenly, his expression changed. At this time, a young man wearing a 5-colored divine robe landed and chuckled. Senior brother, long time no see. How have you been? Xianxia's expression immediately darkened, and he said, Master has passed away many years ago. You and I have been cultivating our hearts in the mortal world, and we cultivate different great Daos. We no longer have any interactions. I heard that Jianghu has become your inner demon. As your junior brother, I have to help you solve your problems. How about we work together to capture this #1 beauty? The young man wearing a 5-colored divine robe had an evil look on his face. I cultivate the emotionless Tao, and you cultivate the man desires heaven technique. Now, you have already fallen to become a demon. We have different Daos, so we can't work together. Xianxia refused sternly. Haha, emotionless and human desires are all separated by a single thought. You are really boring. The man wearing the 5-colored divine robe looked at Yi Fan and said, Brother Yi, I have been friends with you for a long time. Today we finally meet. How about we work together to capture Jianghu and let Tienda, that bastard, go crazy? Yi Fan was about to refuse, but at this time, petals danced in the sky, and the sky was filled with flower rain. A divine carriage flew over from afar and landed. A maidservant flew out and asked, You are Yi Fan? Haha, the #1 beauty Jianghu is going to attack you. Brother Yi, let's work together to capture her. The man wearing the 5-colored divine robe laughed loudly. Chapter 7:12. That's right, I am, Yi Fan answered. This girl was beautiful, slim, and had bright eyes. However, there was an obvious hostility. Hearing this, she did not say anything and returned to the front of the carriage. May I ask for sister's name? The man in multicolored clothes had an evil look on his face. Pervert. The servant girl glared at him. Little girl, don't talk nonsense. Be careful. I will kidnap you and let you understand what it means to be a true gentleman. The man in multicolored clothes had an evil look in his eyes. Why are you asking for my name? Yi Fan asked. Why did you kill the brother of the 8 Visions Temple Lord? Within the divine carriage, a woman spoke. Her voice was like the sounds of nature, carrying a certain magnetism. It was extremely pleasant to listen to, intoxicating one to the bone. What do you think? I told you Jianghu was going to attack you. No matter what, she is Tienda's future Tao companion. The man in multicolored clothes laughed. His name was Li Tian, a young man full of evil energy. His power was unfathomable. He was Yan Ishi's junior brother. Actually, I did not want to attack. Yin Tianda could solve everything himself. But since I met you here, I have to ask for an explanation. Yi Qingwu's voice was like a spring breeze. It was very soft and pleasant, but there was an unshakable will in it, like the cry of a phoenix. Yi Fan smiled and nodded at Li Tian. This evil guy was right. The number one beauty was obviously going to attack. Are you sure you can take me? Don't underestimate her. Yi Qingwu is not only the number one beauty in the world, but her cultivation is also shocking. She is the number one prodigy. Yan Ishi reminded. That's why I said we need to work together to capture her. Cultivating the heart with the number one beauty is much better than training in the mortal world. Li Tian's lips curled up. I am different from you. You cultivate lust, I cultivate emotions. Don't talk to me anymore. Yan Ishi refused again. Li Tian turned and said, Brother Yi, let's work together. I only want her to be my cauldron for a month. After that, the number one beauty will be yours for life. How about it? Yi Fan discovered that Yan Ishi's junior apprentice brother was very evil, and there really were signs of him becoming a demon among men. He was not joking, but was speaking very seriously. Li Tian, don't even think about leaving this time. Stay here too, Yi Qingwu said. Although her voice was magnetic, it was also a little cold. Secret sound transmission interception? Yan Ishi was startled. They were using divine sense to communicate, but this woman could actually intercept them. Very terrifying. Is he really that powerful, or does he cultivate an ancient divine technique that allows him to transmit secret messages? Li Tian's expression also froze. Everyone, please attack and take them down. At this moment, Yi Qingwu's voice became more serious and reverberated under the bright moonlight. 12 streaks of divine might rushed into the sky. They were like 12 heaven-reaching swords, but also like 12 heaven-reaching divine mountains, majestic and forceful. They surrounded all directions and hacked down. 12 elemental time immortal formation. She actually invited 12 sect master-level characters. Yi Qingwu wants to get rid of us in one fell swoop. Li Tian's face was cold. Yan Ishi, you can leave the formation. I'll let you go, but you can't let these two go. Yi Qingwu's gentle voice came. Ah, how can I abandon my friends? Fairy Yi, are you purposely making things difficult for me? Yan Ishi sighed. Senior apprentice brother, why are you still talking to her? Capture her and make her my cauldron. You can then have a pure conversation with her. Li Tian sneered evilly. Some people were very evil and did not hide it. Li Tian was undoubtedly such a person. He was just short of carving the word demon on his forehead. He spoke very seriously and was not joking. At this moment, the 12 elemental time divine swords slashed over. Every one of them was extremely terrifying, and they actually carried the roars of gods and demons. One sword, one world. The 12 elemental time immortal formation released a sword power that shocked the world. One sword opened up a world, and there was the rotation of earth, fire, wind, and water. She's using the power of the world to suppress it. Damn it! Li Tian cursed. Seeing this, he spat out a 9-leaf golden lotus, which accompanied him. With a slight shake, the void shattered, and he protected himself. She really wants to kill them all. Yan Ishi's expression changed as well. A painting of a beautiful woman rushed out from the top of his head, and with a crashing sound, it protected him. Yi Fan's expression was also grave. He felt a kind of pressure even when using the Xing formula to attack. His steps were slow, and he was not as agile as before. However, the 9 secrets of Taoism was the highest divine technique. After a short period of adjustment, his speed became faster and faster. He pounced towards the divine carriage in front of him, wanting to capture Yi Qingwu first. Buzz! With a slight tremble, a divine ring rushed out from between his brows. It was silver and shiny, and radiance flickered as it flew forward. It was the diamond chakram taken from the 8 Visions Temple. Suddenly, he felt danger. The door of the divine carriage opened wide, turning into a black hole to swallow him. At the same time, he wanted to take the diamond chakram away. The girl standing beside the carriage just now had disappeared, and the carriage was also empty. There was nothing at all. Jianghu was not inside at all. Imperial Divine Weapon. Yi Fan was astonished. Just now, she was luring him into the trap and waiting for him to jump in. Everything was premeditated. Although his speed was fast, his steps were nimble. He used the Xing formula and brushed past the divine carriage. The diamond chakram turned into the size of a millstone and hit the carriage solidly, producing a string of terrifying sparks. Each of the sparks could destroy a mountain. At the same time, the divine carriage had a strong suction force that wanted to swallow the treasure chakram and take away this imperial divine weapon. Yi Fan shouted. This was a divine weapon that could evolve into a saint's weapon. How could he let it go? He used the Bing formula and made the diamond chakram expand rapidly as if it had a life of its own. It covered the carriage and wanted to take it back. Swoosh! In the end, the divine carriage disappeared without a sound. It had been taken away by Jianghu. She did not fight it head-on, and the two imperial divine weapons returned to their respective owners. Boom! The 12 origin time divine formation showed its might. One sword, one world. Chaotic mist flew out and attacked. Li Tian used the 9-leaf golden lotus to destroy the small worlds and attack outwards. Xianxia also used the beauty painting and turned it into a divine bridge that connected to the outside world. He wanted to cross over. However, this was a famous divine formation after all. It was extremely powerful. Every time they were about to succeed, they would be forced back. At the same time, an aura that made them horrified was released. Radiance rushed into the heavens from all directions, as if an eternal divine furnace was burning. Jianghu, you're really good. Are you going to refine us alive here? Li Tian's expression turned cold. There were many ancient sacrificial altars in the air. They were all carved with unknown divine patterns and emitted beams of terrifying light that interweaved together. Moon Immortal Sacrificial Array. Xianxia's expression changed. This was a terrifying formation pattern. If one was trapped in it, they would be refined alive. There was no way to resist it. At this point, Yi Fan believed that Jianghu had already recognized them when they were at the upper reaches of the Starfall River. She did not attack because she was not completely confident. Now she came prepared. It was not a coincidence at all. She wanted to completely suppress him and not give him a chance to escape. The #1 beauty in the world is full of thorns. It's really not easy to pluck her. She actually wants to deal with us like this. We might have to experience a great calamity today. Li Tian cursed. Yi Fan also shivered inwardly. This world-shocking, peerless, #1 beauty truly wasn't ordinary, setting up a killing trap for him the first time they met. However, he was not afraid. Although the two divine formations were terrifying, they could not stop him. The Xing character formula could help him break out. Yi Fan avoided the power of splitting the heavens and dodged the origin time divine sword. He used an indescribable speed to surpass the confinement of space and shot out like a bolt of lightning. Boom! Purple lightning descended from the sky and a sea of lightning descended. There was an indescribable heavenly punishment descending and striking towards Yi Fan's flesh shell at the center. Hurry and retreat! That is an ancient tribulation guiding formation that can trigger heavenly tribulation, turning one into ashes if they fail to cross the tribulation. Xianxia cried out. This little girl really is terrifying. She has made ample preparations. She hasn't even taken action herself, yet she has already displayed so many killing moves. Li Tian's eyes flickered with sinister light. When faced with the tribulation guiding formation, Yi Fan did not retreat. He raised his hand and carved out 9 ancient characters in the void. They originated from the Tao scriptures and could allow one to achieve eternity. Even though he did not fear heavenly tribulation, if he faced it now, it would only be his flesh suffering. It would be difficult for him to break through a new cultivation realm. If he wanted to break through now, he needed to comprehend the Tao. His strength deepened and his understanding of the 9 ancient characters became more and more profound. He concealed his own aura and quickly rushed out. Walala! With a shake of his hand, 81 great golden banners appeared. They were precisely the ones he seized from Luya and sealed up a corner of the 12 origin time divine formation. Ah! A miserable cry sounded. A sect master level figure was seriously injured. The power of Luya's precious banners was astonishing. Otherwise, It wouldn't have been able to make the blood of 5 exceptional sect masters splash onto them and die miserably. Good. Li Tian laughed loudly. A corner of the formation patterns was torn apart. An opening immediately appeared in the 12 origin time divine formation. He shook the 9-leaf golden lotus and rushed out like a streak of divine rainbow. His terrifying cultivation could be seen clearly. As long as there was a small opening, he would be able to break out. At the same time, Yan Yishi's beauty painting turned into a rainbow bridge and directly brought him out. The 12 origin time divine formation collapsed. These 2 senior and junior brothers could be compared to the most terrifying individuals of the present world's younger generation. When they took action with full force, their divine might would shock the heavens. Ah! Right at this time, a miserable cry sounded. Yi Fan used the Golden Crow race's precious banner to hack a sect master level figure to pieces. Blood dyed the golden banner's surface like a blossoming flower. He was inwardly shocked. This precious banner's power was too great, even more formidable than he had imagined. There was an ancient killing formation inside, as if there was a sleeping heavenly demon. At the same time, he activated the diamond chakram. It turned into the size of a millstone and shone with silver light. It fired out an eternal streak of light that smashed into the calamity guiding formation. At the same time, it shattered the sacrificial altar in the void. The ancient formations were all destroyed, and the 3 of them completely broke free. Yi Fan and Li Tian slaughtered their way towards the divine carriage in the distance, wanting to capture Yi Qinggu alive. The divine moon carriage was sparkling and translucent. It was surrounded by a rain of flowers. At this moment, the jade curtains parted to the 2 sides. A woman who made the sun and moon lose color and the mountains and rivers dim walked out. This type of beauty shouldn't appear in this world. It made people feel as if it was unreal. This flawless woman was like the reincarnation of the Luo deity. Her neck was long and slender, and her skin was white. Her eyes were bright and kind, and she was extremely beautiful. Her figure was tall and slender. Her black hair was as bright as silk. There was a bright red mole between her brows that added endless spiritual energy to her. She was smiling faintly when facing a great enemy. She made the moon lose its light and the stars disappear. Everything in the world lost their brilliance. Only she was bright and beautiful. I also have a heart demon. If I can't capture her and use her as a cauldron, it will be difficult for me to prove my Tao. Li Tian had an evil expression on his face. I'll give you all a chance. If you can rush out of Meteor River Domain, I'll let you all leave. Yi Qinggu was like a divine phoenix's cry. Even though she was the present world's #1 beauty, she still had a powerful willpower and an undefeatable conviction. I'll also give you a chance. Come over and give me a massage, and I'll give you the identity of a maid. Yi Fan smiled and said.